Welcome to Perkins Online, the Thinking Person's talk show. Now here's your host, Wilmot Mutty Perkins.
Okay, morning everybody, morning and welcome once again to Perkins Online. Well, I have always had a strong view on this question of respect for office. I think if an office is to be respected, the first person who owes that respect is the person occupying that office. That person should be obliged to behave in such a way as to command the respect of those around. And it is not showing respect for the office to suppress criticism of the person occupying that office. The more respect we have for the office is the more critical we should be of the person holding that office, holding that person, thereby, to a very high standard of conduct. So this notion that, you shouldn't criticize the Prime Minister because it shows disrespect for the office is a load of nonsense. Last night on a discussion program on CVM television, they had the two general secretaries of the People's National Party, Mr. Semuda of the Labour Party, Mr. Buchanan of the PNP. And at one time the discussion turned to something that Mrs. Gordon-Webley is supposed to have said of the Prime Minister, referring to her as a Jezebel. Mr. Semuda's response evinced a kind of, in my view, despicable weakness. He hadn't apparently spoken to Mrs. Gordon-Webley about the matter. He doesn't seem to have had any clear idea who Jezebel was. But he was brimful of apology, anxious to apologize and to agree that, no such criticisms should be made and the politics should be conducted at a higher plane. This morning, I heard discussion of the matter on a couple of radio programs. Beverly Manley's this today, is it? And the nationwide program, morning program, this morning. And the commentators, the program hosts were resolutely against Mrs. Gordon Webley's pronouncement. And commentators that were brought on, Kevin O'Brien, Chang, fellow from Montego Bay, what's his name? Lloyd B. Smith, and that other one who writes in the Observer, Wignall. They were all against Mrs. Gordon Webley. And then I heard Mrs. Gordon Webley being interviewed on This Morning. And in contrast to her General Secretary, her party's General Secretary, who exhibited what seems to me to be, as I said, appalling weakness, she was very strong. She stood up, she held her position and said she didn't see herself as having anything to apologize about. And the impression that I got throughout the whole thing was that the persons who were criticizing Mrs. Gordon Webley had not taken the trouble to inform themselves as to what were the characteristics, what was it about Jezebel? Who was Jezebel? What was she? In fact, I heard, I think it was on one of the programs, a host describing Jezebel as a whore. Well, I don't know. I gather that there was mention of a Jezebel in the book of Revelations. But there's another, the Jezebel that I understand people to be talking about, and I think Mrs. Gordon Webley was talking about, was the Jezebel in the Old Testament. She, far from being a street prostitute, was a princess, was the wife of a king, Ahab, the king of Israel. She was a Phoenician princess, apparently. And her god was Baal. And she, in Israel, she was armed with a horde of prophets. About 450 of them scattered all over the country, prophesying about Baal and trying to bring people to her way of thinking. And I suspect, I see no reason for not believing that was the aspect of her character that Mrs. Gordon Webley had in mind. The association with prophecy and the attempt to use prophecy to convince people, to bring people to her way of thinking. And I don't know who is going to say that would be a false accusation in relation to Sister P, who had told us, when the party conference, when the party leadership race was on, I found myself, as you all who listen to this program will know, supporting the idea of Sister P becoming leader of the party and the Prime Minister, a woman from the bowels of the working class, as she herself said. And it seemed to me at the time that she was the best of the candidates in the race. And then shortly after she became Prime Minister, the first thing that seriously disappointed me about her was her claim that it was God who had appointed her Prime Minister, and that if Christians did not support her, they would be defying the Word of God, the wishes, the will of God. And that seemed to me at the time despicable. The idea of, well, I subsequently learned that she had had some long association with Pastor Finn. We'll take a break. We'll come back in a moment.
Workers in the light and power industry, the JPS Employees Co-op Credit Union is you and your family's best bet for attractive loans and investment options. The time by the JPS Employees Co-op Credit Union, your financial partner for life, is
10:15.
Me hear say, Miss Lady fire you for taking 2 cup of sugar. You shoulda know say, being our help and I mean helping yourself to our things. True, but Lax, she never fi call police for me. You should never did trouble her sugar.
Yes, still as she have a nerve. And she a mess with her GPS meter, so it not show all electricity where she a use. Eh?
Meters are the property of JPS, and it is against the law to tamper with your JPS meter. Persons who do so will be prosecuted and could be fined up to $1 million for trespassing on the works of JPS.
You're listening to Perkins Online, the Thinking Person's Talk Show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line, courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, winners of the prestigious Jamaica Milestone Award on 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, thank you very much. We're back here online. I was saying that shortly after she became Prime Minister, we were informed that it was God that had appointed her to the office of Prime Minister, and that if Christians did not support her, they would be defying the will of God. And then it turned out that Pastor Finn and a company of others claiming to be prophets were predicting that yes, God, claiming that God wanted her to be Prime Minister, and that God would make her Prime Minister after the coming elections. And we even hear from some of them, one or two of them, that if persons go and vote, put their X against the bell, God will move it to a position at the side of the head. In other words, a vote for the Labour Party will be transformed by God into a vote for the PNP. This seems to me, maybe even those who don't vote will have votes made in their name by God. Now this seems to me, the among the persons who are seem to be supportive of this notion is one hears it being said that there's a strong Christian core in this country. There are more churches per square mile than in any other country, it is said. And therefore, the influence of this kind of argument is likely to be very strong in favor of the PNP. It seems to me that there's an element of blasphemy in this. The using of the name of God as a means of procuring political power. And I think, it seems to me, that if I were a churchman, I would be very resentful of this. An attempt to use the name of God to persuade people that this is the appointed Prime Minister, which you have no choice but to accept. Appointed by God. And if Mrs. Gordon-Webley likens that to a kind of Jezebel conduct, I think that this is a matter to be discussed, not to be dismissed and for people to talk about a need to apologize. Right? We need to understand what it is that is going on. Right? And as I see it, the former Prime Minister, and I keep repeating this, and I think it is true, the former Prime Minister went to the party conference and said, Mr. Patterson, that Mrs. Simpson-Miller was not just the party's best hope for a fifth term. She was its only hope. That was early in her prime ministership. Now she has been Prime Minister for more than a year. And what signs has she shown of being able to bring anything new to the table? She promised that she was going to correct the rampant abuses of the rights of citizens of this country. What has she done to start that process even? She promised that she was going to get rid of corruption. What has she done? It seems to me that these two things are getting worse than ever before. Instead of doing something, instead of demonstrating, she has the opportunity. Instead of demonstrating by her actions that, what she's capable of, and then have people say on the basis of those actions that, God, this Prime Minister must have been sent by you for us. She's there, she and her prophets, right? She and her prophets are there trying to convince, well, I don't know, if aligning themselves in a way and calling the name of God and trying to use that name of God to mesmerize people into voting for her at the next election. Right? So her popularity seems to have waned considerably. She's no longer capable of bringing the party home to the 5th term on the basis of her personal charisma and charm and whatever else. So the people are being asked to believe that she's the appointee of God. And whatever they think, they have a duty to vote for her as Prime Minister. I think Mrs. Gordon-Webley's position is to be respected. And I think that what Mr. Samuda is betraying is weakness. And what we need in this country today, above all else, is strong leadership. Strong leadership. Wishy-washy leadership is not going to help this country out of its predicament. Okay? There's a story in the papers today and about a man who, a higgler, beaten by the arrested, taken into custody, right? Taken into custody, as so often happens, for them to find out whether they have any real reason for holding him, right? And he has been awarded damages by the court. Judge awards Higgler $1 million. A Supreme Court judge, in handing down judgment yesterday in favor of 30-year-old Higgler, O'Neill Ebanks of Carmel Village, St. Catherine, sent a clear message that it was unlawful to round up persons for processing. Ebanks, who was picked up for processing in September 2002 to see if he was wanted for any crimes, was yesterday awarded $1.1 million in damages. He had sued the Attorney General and Constable Desmond Brown for false imprisonment and assault. Attorney at Law Andrew Irving, who represented Ebanks, asked Mrs. Justice Carol Beswick to make a substantial award because the police had no lawful authority to just indiscriminately pick up Ebanks off the street for processing to see if he was wanted for any offense. Interesting. This is the same thing that happened to Agana Barrett and his companions, 47 men in Gramspen some years ago, picked up, taken to Constant Spring, loaded 47 men in 2 cells, and 3 of them suffocated to death. Right? What was Agana Barrett's mother awarded? I can't remember the sum at the moment, but I have a feeling it was, I suppose it could be argued that he was, the torture of suffocation that he had suffered. But hold on just a moment for me.
Ideal Portfolio Services Company Limited, creating wealth for our clients every single day. For expert stock portfolio management, foreign currency investments, and competitive returns, call Ideal Portfolio Services Company Limited, 960-6390-4. The time by Ideal Portfolio Services Company Limited, 17 Ripon Road, Kingston 5 is 10:30.
Anything for beautify your home. You can buy it too easy on Pasco. 13 stores all around the Pasco, the store that gives you more. Wide range of furniture, that's for sure. Anything you want, they have it galore. Pasco, the store that gives you more.
Okay, thank you very much. We're back here online. Now, Ebanks was detained by the police for 7 hours at the Central Village Police Station. And at a police station in Portmore, also in St. Catherine. And he was awarded $1.2 million for false imprisonment. 1.2 million for false imprisonment, and also I think 900,000. I can't remember. 900,000 for a beating that he got, I believe. But whatever. $1.2 million. Man taken up by the police. The very fact of his being arrested by the police would have been humiliating, right? He's deprived of his freedom. He's humiliated. People see him parading, being taken to the police station. Must have assumed that he had done some criminal act. 1.2 million, not a lot of money. Not a lot of money. And I wonder how much of that, I'm not sure that he would have been able to meet his legal expenses. So some of that probably went to meeting his legal expenses. Not a lot of money. Not a lot of money. Low value put on people like banks. For us in this country, when are we going to get things right in Jamaica? When are we going to have people, citizens of this country, believing that in Jamaica, as citizens, they are respected? Whatever may happen to them elsewhere in the world, when they come back to Jamaica, they are men and women fully deserving of the respect that is accorded to any other human being anywhere on this planet. That's where we're going to have to start, And it seems to me that to be amazing that the Prime Minister, having made the kind of commitments that she made to the Jamaican people, that she hasn't even got around to recognizing that, it seems. Anyway. Hello? Hello?
Hello, good morning, Mr. Perkins.
Good morning to you, Mom.
I was listening to Drive Time Live last night with,
yes.
With Miss June Hines. And the same argument occurred. They were somebody phoned and said that Mr. Samuda has apologized.
Yes.
But Miss Gordon Webley should also do so.
And she what?
He should apologize because... So there came this other man, came in and asked, out of the word kleptocracy, they said that Jamaica was a kleptocracy.
Yes.
And if that wasn't worse than being called in the Prime Minister a Jezebel. Miss Hines said, no, I'm not living in a kleptocracy. I am not living in a kleptocracy. And there are thieves all over. There are
thieves all over the world.
And they are misconduct of government, and they are money wasting all over the world. It's not happening only in Jamaica.
I see.
But Mr. Perkins, what I'd like to say, when these things happen all other else place, away from maybe down in some places in Africa, don't they take steps towards it?
That's what?
Do they take steps towards it?
That's my impression.
And if it should cause imprisonment, do you see anybody go to prison?
I think people go to prison from time to time in various places. So what happens in Jamaica,
you have people that come on the airways and say, oh, no, I am not living in a kleptocracy.
Oh, is that so?
I'm not. And you have corruption all over the world. But what they do with their corruption? Do they cover it or they squeeze it out?
Look here, if there is corruption in America, that's a problem for Americans to deal with, right? If there is corruption in Britain, in Germany, in France, in Russia, in Nigeria, wherever, it is for the people in that country to deal with, right? If there is corruption in Jamaica, it is for us to deal with.
I know, Mr. Perkins.
And corruption is very costly, right?
We don't have the money to sustain
it. It is a very expensive commodity. And it is a large part of the explanation of the poverty that so many people suffer in this country. Right? And it is amazing that we have a Prime Minister who recognized the significance of corruption in this country. When she was being sworn in as Prime Minister, she said that two things were her priorities. One was the abuse of human rights. The other was corruption, that she was going to do something about. She has been there for a year. What has she put into place? I mean, Mr. Dabdub came out making a foolish statement about people criticizing the Prime Minister, expecting her to do in a year what needed 5 years to be done. which is total rubbish, right? Nobody is saying
Mr.
that...
Perkins, Mr. Dabdu was campaigning for the JLP.
Well, no, he's campaigning for the PNP
yes,
now.
He was at the time. Listen what he said.
No, when he said that, he was campaigning for the PNP.
That's what he thought. But he said, following that, he said that if you fix road, them costs. And if you're not fix road, like them costs, them run your way. So that he was saying that the people that he had in his constituency, they run him away because he didn't fix any road. But these people, they don't matter if any road are fixed, they just whatever you do, they just scrape onto him like that. And you can see the desperation.
Yes.
It was in this, like they have this wide wilderness, they just throw him in it. Because you just left him somewhere and filling a gap somewhere, there must be a desperation.
Yes.
Mr. Perkins. Yes. So that's why I say he was campaigning, he's still campaigning for the JLP. Because he's showing you the choice that they have.
Well. Anyway, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
All the best to you. Okay, hello?
Hello?
Yes, good morning, sir.
Pleasant good morning, sir. First time on your program, even though I listen to you.
Happy to have you.
Almost 5 days a week.
Oh, is that so?
Yes, sir.
Oh, Lord.
Mr. Perkins, I am a businessman that operates business in St. Mary, but I lived in Portland.
Yes.
Mr. Perkins, to travel from where I live in Portland is a little bit out of Buff Bay to reach Wanata Bay. It's taking me like hour and 10 minutes, sometime even more, depending on what these guys who is fixing the road want you to do.
Yes.
I said it's because of yesterday. The people them that is fixing the road claim that they are doing some road improvement work. They are creating more damage in the parish between Portland and St. Mary, more than what good they are doing. I say this to say that there's a bridge at the border. If you know the border down by Dover there,
Windsor
the border
Castle
to Portland, there's a bridge there. I heard this gentleman, Mr. Palmer, saying a culvert. I don't know how to define a bridge different from a culvert, but in my view, it's a bridge. It is big enough to be called a bridge.
Yes.
I was told that it is the Leech Pond River or the Leech Pond Bridge.
Yes.
Now, this happened before. The rain came down heavily the night before. They put up some things there claiming that you can drive on it. It subsidizes the bridge.
Yes.
So you can drive on it to the parish or to and fro. No.
Mr. Harry Douglas was on this program yesterday.
Yes, sir.
He referred to it as a bridge?
He referred to it as a bridge.
Yes.
Yes, sir. Now, I was coming to work yesterday, and on my way I was told that the bridge was washed away. Now, on approach I saw a large amount of vehicles. Vehicle like could be 3/4 mile on both sides. When I went down there, I saw the water coming down in force. I realized that the men from the construction company was up and about doing all kind of foolishness.
Yes.
You understand me? Because what I know about these men, Mr. Perkins, is that you cannot tell them anything. They do as they feel. They do as they pleases, and they do as they feel like.
Yes.
They're under no supervision. No, they are not taking instruction from not even the people them that live around and know what the water situation is like when the rain comes. Now, we had to steer our ground. There was a man who was seriously ill, and I saw them took him out of a vehicle, cover him up under a sheet. I don't know if he's dead or he's alive, and bring him on a little makeshift train line that nobody know the strength of the train line.
But I gather that the train line bridge is now the bridge that must...
your information is correct, because I drove on it this morning.
You drove on the train line bridge this morning?
This morning, and whilst I was on it, I was waiting to hear whatever.
But has any examination been done?
Not to my knowledge.
Of that bridge to see
Not to
whether...
my knowledge, sir.
When was the last time a train ran over that bridge?
Umpteens of years. Umpteens of years. I am in Portland for about 28 years now. And when I came to Portland, there was no train running here.
Well, all right.
So just think about that.
Absolutely.
Yes.
And they're putting people to drive on that bridge?
Definitely so, sir. Definitely so, sir.
Then if that bridge collapses,
then I don't think you want to hear the end of it if that bridge collapses. I don't think you want to hear the end result.
We must expect some kind of colossal tragedy.
You will expect that.
Okay.
Yes, sir. You know, and I'll go further, sir. I'll tell you how I am so upset about what is happening. The other morning I was coming to work, and I realized one of this backhoe driver, he just drove out in the road. A truck was parked beside him. He just drove out into the road, started to dig the road across, and I must sit in my vehicle going to work, wait until him dig the road, load a truck, and pull up for me to go to work. You follow where I'm coming from, sir?
Yes.
The road from St. Mary here, Anata Bay, to Buff Bay, it is in such a condition that I don't think a donkey with shoe on its feet could reach Portland without them falling off. That is how trouble. And nobody's paying attention to the users of the road. Nobody's talking to us. The breakers, nobody's saying anything. These men are at large. I mean, you pass them lie down. Who not pounding them and is telling you bad words and all kind of stuff. I want to know what NWA, whatever, who is in charge of who here? Is that them just come and them do like them dig up wherever? They soon catch you in your bedroom. At the rate of how they are digging, them soon reach into your bedroom. A gentleman run off the road the other day because he dug the road across and moved some sign. The man van went over there and broke him hand and all kind of thing. So we are here now, sir, wondering what is the position in regards to the new bridge that they put up and who is going to inspect it, if it is something that we can
But it's
use.
not a new bridge that they've put up.
The bypass.
What they've done is put you on the old railway bridge.
And put some iron on it. So I am making it public, because...
And that bridge has not been serviced in, more than 28 years.
More than 20, because
more than that.
I am in Portland about 28 years now.
Hold on just a moment for me.
Barco Caribbean Limited has such a fine cosmetic line for hair and skin. My family and I have used all their products from Pure Lean to Camille to Magic Beauty. These products can be found island-wide in all leading supermarkets and grocery stores at very affordable prices. The time by Barco Caribbean Limited is 10:46.
Today's weather brief is brought to you by Suddenly Slender Jamaica Limited. Doctors say 65% of us are overweight. Get help now.
Do you have fat thighs or calves, flabby arms, double chin or crow's feet, baby tummy that won't budge or unsightly cellulite? Well, visit Suddenly Slender and experience the magic of mineral body wraps. Would you like to be slimmer? Lose 6 to 30 inches? Suddenly Slender. Shops 14 and 15 Hilton Kingston, 920-1139 or 997-1909. Now for today's weather brief. There's an upper-level trough across the central Caribbean. This morning and afternoon will be partly cloudy with scattered showers mainly over northern areas. In our 3-day outlook on Friday, look for more partly cloudy conditions with scattered showers mainly over hilly areas. On Saturday, expect brief morning showers over northeastern parishes with scattered showers during the afternoon. Sunday will be mostly cloudy with scattered showers and isolated thunderstorms mainly over eastern parishes. The information for today's weather brief was supplied by the National Meteorological Service of Jamaica.
Today's weather brief was brought to you by Suddenly Slender Jamaica Limited. Feel better, look better, improve your health. Call 920-1139.
We sell world-class brands like no one else does. We get your vehicle fixed like nobody else can. We sell genuine parts like nobody else. Who are we? KIG, the home of Subaru, Land Rover, Jaguar, and Ford. The home of experienced professionals who know your vehicle inside out. World-class brands, genuine parts, and the very best in service. Come to the experts. KIG. We keep you driving.
Carby's Twin Gates Plaza Hot Super Weekend Sale now on. 15% off every item. Don't miss this great chance to save. Carby's Discount Center, Twin Gates Plaza, Constant Spring Road. Call 968-4192. Carby's, put the fun back in shopping.
You're listening to Perkins Online, the Thinking Person's Talk Show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line, courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, winners of the prestigious Jamaica Milestone Award on 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, thank you very much. We're back here.
Yes, sir.
Uh-huh.
You know, what I realize, Mr. Perkins, is that whenever time you talk about things that affect you, they bring politics to the fore. You must not talk about these things. You must sit down. As taxpayer of this country, you must sit down and shut your mouth.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and why do I say it? Is because when people come to the fore and say, listen, this is not right, this needs to be done, we don't see the reason for this, then you have some bully who comes on the radio and who goes on talk show and try to cow you down. You understand? For example, yesterday we were trying to say to the country that this is not the first time. I was going in Portland, leaving work, going up, and let me tell you something. We had was to steer our ground because the bridge, that ferry bridge, the water started to come down and push things apart, so we couldn't cross. And if they had looked into the first time that this had happened and take corrective measure, we wouldn't be in the situation that we were in yesterday. You understand? Because you're talking about people going to the airport. You're talking about sick people. You're talking about people who have other things to do on the other side of the road. You have ladies crossing on the train line with the water pushing underneath them. Who's responsible? We can't get an answer. So we need to know what is the situation or what are they going to do to correct all these small bridges, because these men that are here now, fixing the culvert that, and some of these culverts that is on the road going to Portland, they were much deeper, and we realize that them dropping them lower. So when the water comes through the districts, then the water will overflow its bank.
You're lucky though that you didn't hear that it was the job of the parish council.
But we have, Mr. Perkins, we have to say these things because we don't want the country at large don't know what is happening in this neck of the woods.
Yes.
We need people to know because people come to Portland for many reasons.
And we need people to be safe.
And we need more
right?
Yes, most importantly.
And we don't want to go putting them on an old railway bridge and then find that the bridge collapses under them.
You understand me, sir? Yeah, because, I mean, look what happened in St. Mary, and then you hear all kind of stories. We don't want that in Portland, and we don't want that for anybody anywhere in this country.
And I gather that the road repairers, heavy trucks,
yes, sir,
carrying material,
yes, sir,
is going to be passing over that bridge too.
Very much so. Well, this morning while
which will probably shake it.
Yes, and that is one of the things that we have to be concerned about, because this morning whilst I was coming down, sir, there was two well-laden trucks before me, And I watched them, even though I was a bit scared, I watched them go across that bridge. And I say, how long this going over that train line? And I say, how long this going stood its ground? Because the question is, it can give way anytime. And the river, the ocean, the sea is just probably about 20 feet from where that place is. It's in a bush. It's muddy. The vehicle, when the vehicle I'm going on it, they go right down so you can hardly see the rim. So it's just some little rush job them doing, because everybody's so panicked now. Them out of desperation, them doing some things at the expense of people's lives.
Yes.
You understand? So I am here watching it, sir, and any program I can get to highlight what is happening here, because these things need to be addressed. We cannot continue this way. I mean, traveling to and fro with our kids, our whole parents in the vehicle and so forth, and expect, that one day this tragedy won't come across.
Well, sir, I hope that somehow it doesn't happen,
I am hoping, just like I was hoping yesterday that the bridge wouldn't wash away, so that I could come to work and it happened. But the country will hear, because it is being highlighted here, and we'll listen to Perkins online. We'll hear and understand our plight and situation in Portland and to a lesser extent St. Mary.
All right, sir.
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much, and we're happy to hear from you in it. Well, when I say that, we hope we can hear happy news from you. But, we're willing to take you anytime. All right? Hello?
Greetings, Mutty.
Greetings, sir.
Greetings to you through the divine spirit of our precious Lord and Savior.
Yes, sir.
Jesus Christ, who came in personality as Emperor Haile Selassie I the First. The 225th king that sat upon the royal throne of King David. A man to whom we know least about. For the figure of modern Africa in the relative advancing world. Through the despot of a reforming monarch. One of the last claimants to the divine rights of kings. Legendary descendants of King Solomon and Queen of Sheba. Jah! Rastafari Selassie I the First. Bob Marley said there's so much things to do, so much things to say, and when we look at what's going on in the world today, we have politics to talk about, we have global warming, we have the Jewish system, there's so much things, and when
I gather scientists have identified a planet outside of the solar system that is very, 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 very strongly resembles Earth. Probably has a lot of water on it, and in liquid form, and possibly life.
I heard a briefing on it just this morning when I was listening to IRA FM.
Yes.
With Ron Mushet. I didn't quite hear what is happening.
I see.
In regards to global warming, I'm saying, why delay her? I mean, why bother to delay her? Oftentimes here on the radio, we need to turn off the electricity. We need to do this to our cars. And what's the solution, Mr. Perkins? Are we going to respect Mother Nature and as a people, as a
that
nation?
is something we're going to have very quickly to make up our minds about.
Yeah, but I'm saying, why bother to delay her? Why not? Why not just use all these things and I don't see the point in delaying something that is almost inevitable unless we're just going to totally okay.
Well, is it inevitable? I mean, if we change our practices and slow down the process of global warming, might it not cause the situation to be, if not rectified, at least,
Yeah, but when you look at it seriously, Mutty, sometimes, almost every day, you hear on the radio, they're asking us to turn off the bulbs, turn off what you not, which is within itself is good, but I mean that is just a drip of
yes,
water.
I think that is very, very small.
Precisely. I mean, when let us look at China and the United States of America, with a population of 350 million people, surplus. And what are they doing? Because we are importing all these things that they are actually building, and they are saying, okay, if I should stop, do what I'm doing, it's going to slow down my economy. So it's a world within a world, Mutty. So if I slow down and I say, okay, I'm going to respect Mother Earth, Mother Nature, and because whatever I'm doing is actually contributing to the destruction of mankind, myself, my people, my country, the world at large. Then, what happened when the other country, like China, say, okay, then we'll go ahead. What will eventually happen?
Well, but it is in the interest of China, of the United States, of all the countries of the world.
It is in the interest of all of us.
Yes.
But, one of a very historical quotation by His Majesty. We must first of all look into ourselves. We must look into the depths of our soul. We must become something we have never been, and for which our education and experience have ill-prepared us. We must become members of a new race, overcoming petty prejudice in our ultimate allegiance, not to nations and empire, but to our fellow brother within the human community. So if everyone just adapt that simplicity in life to say, okay, let us now look in a global way to say, what am I doing contributing to the destruction of Mother Earth? Each and every one of us drive a car. So we play little, though small it may be, it's a part playing, Mutty.
Yes, sir, but is it really necessary for each and every one of us to drive a car?
That's what I'm saying. So if I withdraw my car off the road, right? Because I'm really say, okay, this is what I have done. Because
if we had decent and efficient systems of public transportation, right? We could get rid of 3/4, probably more than that, of the cars in Jamaica.
Yeah. So what ultimately you think will eventually happen, Mutty, if they continue like that? I said they're saying that China, the economy is actually running away. China has now discovered the new world. Am I right?
The Chinese economy is really sort of pushing hard and thriving.
They're saying that she must now slow down.
Yeah. Well, I don't know.
And then our economy now.
It's all very well for. Who is it they that are saying this? Hold on just a moment.
Make it Cake World for freshly baked products, bread, picture and character cakes, pastry, buns, and more. For a delightful taste, visit Cake World, LOJ Shopping Center, Spanish Town, and shop number 9, Premier Plaza. Telephone 920-3570. The time by Cake World, creators of Picture Perfect Party Cakes, is
11:01. I made the right decision when I shopped at Rock's Distributors. I got a super deal on my jacuzzi, steam shower, kitchen and bathroom cupboards, doors, cushions, electronic gate opener, cable supplies, and more at unbelievable prices. They even gave me free consultation. Now my home is elegantly decorated thanks to Rock's Distributors. Rock's Distributors, 91 to 93 Newport Boulevard, and their warehouse at 218 to 219 Newport West. Telephone 901-901729. That's 901-901729. Rock's Distributors, making your dream home come true.
Honey!
Hold on the phone.
Every night now you're up on cell phone and chat till midnight. Just a chat go. So what's going on?
Baby, calling our friends and family at night with MyBee Mobile is now free. When I top up MyBee Mobile with $150 or more any day, Monday to Friday, I get to talk free to MyBee Mobile and home phone teams 9 p.m. to midnight that same day. And when I top up $150 or more 3 times for the week, I also get free weekend nights.
Okay, free talk time. Well, free's always good enough.
You know, that's what Joe said.
Joe? Who is Joe?
Oops. Just kidding.
Top up and get free talk time from B-Mobile. Just be careful how you use it.
Me and my B-Mobile? There's nothing quite like us.
Offer ends April 29th. Conditions apply.
You're listening to Perkins Online, the Thinking Person's Talk Show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line, courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, winners of the prestigious Jamaica Milestone Award on 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-888 866-5465-106. You can also log on and listen to Perkins online live on the World Wide Web free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, thank you very much. We're back here online. Hello?
Yes, Mutty. Yes. I don't want to dwell too much on one particular topic. Would I be right in saying that if I'm walking on the road and a police officer stopped me just to talk to me, would I be right in saying this, that I'm under arrest just by him talking to me?
No. No, you're not under arrest by him.
Yeah, but I've been deprived of my freedom to move.
No, I don't think so. Not by him stopping you to talk to you.
You don't think so?
No, I don't think so.
So what if I don't wish to stop then and proceed to continue? What will then happen?
Well,
in other words, if I felt that he has talked to me in a way in which I felt that was a bit disrespectful,
yes,
or didn't address me in the proper context and manner, and he said, "Stop the boy, I want to chat. Come here, pull over," and And what will eventually happen? So that's why I'm saying, and am I not then deprived of my freedom?
Well, I believe that if you're driving a car on the road, or if you're just walking down the road.
Well, if you're walking on the road, Mud.
Well, I don't know if a policeman come here, boy. I don't know what. I don't know that you're obliged to follow that instruction.
Yeah. I heard.
But then, possibly, if you don't, you get shot.
I didn't hear your opening remarks, but I think there was a word used that has been defined as Jezebel.
Yeah. Yes.
No, I think there's some element of.
Well, Jezebel is a name.
Yeah, no, but hang on, Mr. Perkins. I think there's a poor journalism in this country, Moti.
Yes.
And why I say that is that I was watching the program last night on television. Now, if with Mr. Don Buchanan,
yes,
and Mr. Carl Zamuda, I heard you saying that he expressed a weakness in leadership.
I think Mr. Zamuda was very weak.
Yeah, but I suppose at that particular time, Moti, the journalist who was actually there, I can't remember his name.
I can't remember.
Young scholar coming. Had they researched to find out what's the meaning of Jezebel before actually making it as an issue?
Well, Jezebel.
I'd like to know the meaning. What does Jezebel mean?
Jezebel is a name, sir. Jezebel was the name of an Israeli queen, right? Hold on just a moment. Listen to this. What are you reading?
Well, Jezebel, it means in Hebrew, not exalted. In Kings, First Kings, I think.
Yes, but this...
she was the wife of, she was a Phoenician princess.
A Phoenician princess.
Who married...
So she was, hold on. So the name as she had would not have been an Israeli name.
Jezebel.
It would have been a Phoenician name.
Yes, and she was married to, she was a princess, and she married the king of Israel, Ahab. According to the Bible, he vexed God more than any other king of Israel. She's in the Bible. It was at the time of Elijah the prophet, and God had caused, because of the wickedness of the reign of Ahab and Jezebel.
She was not a believer in Jehovah.
No, she worshipped Baal or Baal. Baal.
Yeah, Baal.
Yes, and she had 450 prophets throughout Israel, plus another 400 within the grove, the Bible says. I think the grove might mean the palace area. And it's evident that she was an intriguer and extremely cunning and manipulative of her husband. They had a lot of wars, and according to the Bible, God and the prophecy of Elijah caused a drought, a terrible drought, to fall upon
yes, but
Israel.
in any event, what she was concerned, hold on, what she was concerned to do was to transform the religion of Israel.
She murdered the prophets of God and replaced them with the prophets of
Jehovah.
Yes.
And to replace him with Baal.
Yes.
Okay.
And Elijah, of course, demonstrated the true God.
Well, we mentioned this. Yes, sir. So you heard that now?
Yeah, I didn't quite heard exactly what Mrs. Perkins was saying.
Oh? Well, she was saying that that Jezebel was a Phoenician princess who married an Israeli king, Ahab, right? She was a worshipper of Baal. That was her god. And she wanted to transform Israel into a country worshipping Baal. And she had that whole army of prophets, 450 of them out in the streets, seeking to persuade the people of the rightness of her religious views, and so on and on.
Yeah,
right?
But in any way, Mutty, let us reason, all right? Okay. Now, I'm sure that in Mr. Samuda's mind, he must have thought that the word Jezebel, obviously didn't know what it meant or what it means.
Well, I don't know.
Well,
I heard somebody on one of the programs this morning, a host, saying that that Jezebel was a prostitute, a whore.
Is that really true?
No.
Is that true?
No.
Precisely.
Not that Jezebel. Am I right? You did
there is another mention in Revelation of a Jezebel who was, but that is not the renowned Jezebel. This Jezebel was calling herself a prophetess. To teach and seduce my servants, this is the voice of the Lord, to commit fornication and to eat things sacrifice unto idols. And I gave her space to repent of her fornication, and she repented not. Behold, I will do all sorts of things, and terrible things happen to her. But that is another, it seems this is not the queen.
That's not the famous Jezebel.
The famous Jezebel is the wife who ruled Israel with her husband and through her two sons. After her husband died, God removed her husband. She ruled through both her sons, and eventually she died in a bad way.
But Mutty, I think the point that I'm making here, and bear with me 1 minute, is that when and I'm just assuming because we all grew up in Jamaica. If someone used that word in school, I remember, then I wouldn't have known what it meant, but one would have immediately in their mind think that it is something bad.
Yes.
Because the way in which it has been used, it has never been used in a way to sort of saying hi or hello, but just if you're in someone quarreling, I remember people just used to say, "Go, you old Jezebel." So I think that's what immediately must have came to Mr. Samuda's mind for him to have apologized, because he would not have apologized if he didn't think in his mind that the word Jezebel, it is something bad.
Yes.
Or the media would not have actually come on asking that question, as to, what did she actually...
Yes, but the name Jezebel is associated with false prophecy in the Bible.
Right.
Right? And I'm suggesting that is what...
I understand it to what it meant by what Mrs. Perkins I just previously read.
Yes.
But the point I'm making is that when people use that word, they've used it in the wrong context. Do you understand what I'm saying?
All right.
So, and people understand it. It's like using the word chichiman. Now, I don't know the meaning of chichiman, but people assume chichiman in Jamaica to be homosexual.
Yes.
So someone might just look at you and say, go, you're chichi boy. And people think that, he's a homosexual. While in Africa, it meant maybe someone who is a king or something close to that effect.
Well, whatever.
Something quite different. So I suppose it's the context in which it's been used. I want to talk a little about the...
But what do you think? What do you think of what is going on in Jamaica now? Where it is being suggested that Sister P was ordained by God to be Prime Minister, and therefore anybody who votes against her is transgressing the word of God.
Well, Mutty, in life, as I say in the Bible, there are prophets and false prophets. Who am I to judge? Judge not so that I myself may not be judged. But, I mean, looking on the face of it, when I look at what's going on in Jamaica with the churches, I see, for instance, you have a church, you have a pastor. There's an offering. So he pray in Jesus' name, he collect the money in Jesus' name, and he take it and bank it in his name in the bank account. So there's always going to be people who take things up unto themselves. So I would not say that God did not say that to her or she did not get an inspiration. What I would say, I would leave all judgment unto the Almighty.
Hold on just a moment for me.
Only the best is good enough for you. So get the best and widest range of tiles, various sizes to suit your style. Floor, wall tiles, Cameron Industries, tiles, 963-0628 and 906-3862. The time by Cameron Industries Joinery Limited is
11:15.
Smells great, tastes better. Your favorite Dr. Luscious and Tasty Baked products. Delve into our delicious Dr. Luscious cheese bread, pineapple cake and raisin cake, and our tasty Tasty orange, coconut and cherry cakes. Available at all major supermarkets and stores island-wide. Fresh, savory and mouth-watering baked brands. Dr. Luscious and Tasty line of products. Baked and distributed by Breads and More Limited, 27 East Street, Old Harbor. Telephone 983-0644. Dr. Luscious and Tasty Baked products. Just what the doctor ordered.
You're listening to Perkins Online, the Thinking Person's Talk Show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line, courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, winners of the prestigious Jamaica Milestone Award on 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, thank you very much. We're back here with you, sir. Hello?
Hello?
Yes, the last... Hello?
Theology, Mr. Perkins, not something that I would...
No, the last thing you said was that we don't know whether... We can't know whether it was God who sent her.
Right.
We have to suspend judgment on that, right?
Right.
But we can't do that. Because as citizens and as voters, we have to do something. We have to decide what we're going to do.
Yeah,
whether we're going to accept her, and accept her because we believe that God sent her, or whether we're going to look to see in her actions, in her performance, something that speaks of the mission of God. Right?
Yeah, but
in other words, hold on a minute. Hold on a bit. Hold on.
Okay.
If God sent her to be Prime Minister, one would expect her to perform at a very high level. Am I right?
Correct. But put a
now,
pause
if
here.
you see that performance, well, you believe that God sent her and you vote for her.
Remember,
right?
believe is also a form of doubt, am I right?
belief is also a form of doubt?
Yeah.
I don't know what you mean by that.
Well, if I know that I'm talking to you on the radio station now, I don't believe that. Now, there's a difference with knowing and believing. Now, I can believe something.
I see what you mean.
Or I can know something.
Yeah.
Now, if I'm walking on the road and I see a supermarket and I'm thirsty, I mean, I could just go into the supermarket, pick up something, drink it inside there, and say, God sent me to drink it. Now, how are they going to prove that God did not send me to drink this soft drink?
Well, I tell you something. If you think you're bad, go into the supermarket and do that. Right? The supermarket operator is not going to believe that God sent you to do that. And he's going to call the police.
Precisely. Right? So I would not put an X based upon the fact that someone had said God said, because I have no proof of that.
Precisely.
No, but at the same time, when we're actually looking at it, even let us say she came and she worked wonders for Jamaica, that still would not mean that God had sent her, you know.
Well, it wouldn't necessarily mean that,
because
if she made such a claim then, right? Or some people might look on and say, well, you know, we believe that God must have sent her.
So we're using but now the word belief. We don't know.
Yes.
But if Mrs. Perkins is there, I would just ask her to look up the meaning of God. Because if someone asks me who God is, and I would jump up, I would be the first one to say, well, Emperor Haile Selassie. And I'm sure not a lot of people would agree with that. But to me, I would see him as the Messiah, as God himself, in the form of man. But a lot of people would not agree with me on that.
People believe in different gods, sir.
Precisely.
Right? There clearly was a creator of the world. And the God, as people believe, represents that creator. But different people ascribe different characters to gods, right? And therefore they, in effect, have different gods, right?
Yeah, but you notice, Mutty, when you do something that is bad, someone is quick to say, boy, that's a living devil. Have you ever heard that phrase? Huh?
Yes.
Right. So why when a man does something good, you can't look and say, boy, that's the living God himself?
Well, I don't know. But what do you think of what Mrs. Webley said?
I can't hear you, Mutty.
I say, what do you think of what Mrs. Webley said and of the demand that she apologize?
Well, as I said before, when I was actually watching, when I heard it, when I was watching television last night, and I heard Mr. Dan Buchanan and Mr. Carl Samuda talking, immediately I derived the same thinking as Mr. Samuda. So even when he had apologized, I felt then that I did not criticize him as though you had criticized him earlier this morning. That's a sign of weak leadership. Because to my mind at that time, the word Jezebel, I did not know the meaning, but I would assume it to be something bad. And sometimes it is the way it has been used. Because you and I could have a discussion in the Mutty. And we could...
Well, I wouldn't say that Jezebel doesn't suggest something bad, sir.
Huh?
I'm not suggesting that to call somebody a Jezebel does not mean that you consider them to be bad. You consider that person to be bad. Jezebel was not a good person.
Yeah, but you see, let us go into a more in-depth reasoning, Mutty.
Well, we have to cut this short sometime.
Yeah, but let's take it on a deeper level. If there were actually, who was it that has actually used that word? Was it Mrs. Webley?
Yes.
Right. Now, if she, let us say for a moment that she was actually on the side of the People's National Party, and she and Portia standing together, and she hold up her hand and said, Portia is a Jezebel, would people term it the same way in which they term it now?
Yes, I think so. But the question is whether she was being irresponsible and whether she was wrong in saying what she said, right? and whether there is a need for her to apologize for it.
Well,
right? And I am suggesting that given what Jezebel was about and all this association with prophets who she spread among the people to go and persuade them to follow the pathway of her God, it seems to me that it's not quite exactly the same thing, but for them to be using God as a means of persuading people to give them political power, I think is abysmally wrong. That is what is wrong. And I think that what Mrs. Webley said was a criticism of this, and I think she was well within her rights in doing so. Okay?
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, before you go, the Jewish judiciary system, right?
The what?
The Jewish judiciary system, the court system.
The judiciary.
The judiciary system. Now, if the state deprive me of my freedom, shouldn't the state find me somewhere properly to sleep and have food?
I don't know of that, sir. If the state has deprived you of your freedom, you mean taking you into custody
and locked away?
Yes. Well, they should provide you with adequate.
So why are the prisons in the conditions in which they are?
How do you mean? Because there's a contempt for the Jamaican people, and they take them and lock them up in filthy situation, and so what?
I believe prisons did not design to rehabilitate people.
Not in Jamaica, no.
Designed to
make them into worse than they were.
Yeah,
yes.
Yeah. Anyway, Mutty.
All right, thank you very much. All the best to you. Okay, hello? Hello?
Hello?
Yes, good morning.
Yes, President, good morning, Mr. Perkins. This is Rosalie McIntyre.
Yes.
Sister of Trevor Henderson.
You're what?
Sister of Trevor Henderson. Deceased was killed in Offertree on the 31st of March.
Yes, what's his name?
Trevor Henderson.
Trevor Anderson, yes.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
I'm just calling because, I'm seeing, I'm not really living here right now, but I read the internet, whatever, and I'm seeing where the police force is so corrupt in this country because I guess you gave them some money, they do whatever they need to get done. I went to the Offertree police station, yesterday.
Uh-huh.
And, investigation have been conducted because, my brother died. The police shoot my brother and he died. And, I believe to myself that the car shouldn't be released as yet. And when I went there, somebody told me, one of the member of the police told me, the car has been released to forensic to do whatever test. And when I find out to myself, it's nothing like what they are saying. The car was released to my brother boss. So I'm wondering, where is the evidence when we need it now?
The evidence of what?
Because on the car, what the police was saying, my brother knocked him down with the car. And he was on the ground when he shot my brother.
Oh, yes. Uh-huh.
Yeah. Which nothing was like that, because if I knock you down with my car and I'm on the ground and you shoot me, where he get the shot, he shouldn't have been get the shot there, or he should get it somewhere different.
Uh-huh.
And he got it under his heart or something like that. And on the
yes, I don't see how that would be possible, ma'am.
Yeah.
But I don't see how a man who is on the ground could have a line of fire that would allow him to hit the driver of the car in the chest. I don't see that.
This system is very corrupt, man.
Well, what is there in Jamaica that is not corrupt? Not many things.
Yeah.
Not many.
And one more thing, on that day off with Pano, I believe to myself, I don't know if I'm wrong, but I believe to myself because, the person for the car, I know he have links with police and things like that. I know before the car was released, I believe to myself that money was run to whoever released the car.
money was run to the person who
never released the car because that man have links with all police guys and whatever.
But then hold on.
Our police.
To whom was the car released?
Or something like that.
Oh, I see. Well, and it was his car.
Yeah.
Oh well.
But as I said, the investigation not even begin.
See. Well, and it was his car.
Yeah.
Oh well.
But as I said, the investigation not even begin as yet. Like, it's just like a go-slow thing, so I don't see the reason why it released as yet. And they haven't done anything.
Well, they must be saying that they have got what they need from the car, what evidence they need from the car. But, as things are in Jamaica, don't expect too much.
Yeah.
You know. We need to make a lot of changes in Jamaica, right?
And we as Jamaican citizens, we need to stand up on our feet and let the people know, because I'm thinking
You're absolutely right.
We are citizens and we should be treated with respect.
You are absolutely right.
And if every time I'm a citizen and I see police officers which is supposed to be treat the citizen with respect, and they don't treat the citizen with respect, and we are going to stand back, they will keep on doing whatever they are doing, and nobody will get justice in this country.
Quite true.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you very much. We take a break. We come back shortly.
Researchers at the University of Carolina Davis reported that phytonutrients in apple products may help protect against cardiovascular disease. Start drinking Mott's apple juices, distributed by T. Geddes Grant Limited. The time by Mott's Healthy Living is
11:30.
Today's weather brief is brought to you by Independent Living, Jamaica's authorized provider of Pride Mobility scooters and lift chairs.
Now for today's weather brief. There's an upper-level trough across the central Caribbean. This morning and afternoon will be partly cloudy with scattered showers mainly over northern areas. In our 3-day outlook on Friday, look for more partly cloudy conditions with scattered showers mainly over hilly areas. On Saturday, expect brief morning showers over northeastern parishes with scattered showers during the afternoon. Sunday will be mostly cloudy with scattered showers and isolated thunderstorms mainly over eastern parishes. The information for today's weather brief was supplied by the National Meteorological Service of Jamaica.
I started worrying what to do when the doctor told me that Mama's arthritis was worsening. But then the nurse told me about independent living. It was a dream come true.
Independent Living, the store that cares enough to provide solutions for your physical limitations. Supplies of hospital beds, lift chairs, wheelchairs, bathroom safety and rehab products. Independent Living, the caring store. 10 Merrick Avenue, Kingston 10. Or call 754-2195 or 754-5198. Rising above physical challenges, we can help you do it.
Today's weather brief was brought to you by Independent Living, Jamaica's authorized provider of Pride Mobility scooters and lift chairs.
Beautify your place with home and things. Liven up your space with home and things. Tiles, bags, and pretty things. That's where we specialize. Home and things. Beautiful accessories to thrill your eyes.
Home and Things, a wonderland of beautiful things for the home at rock-bottom prices. So, for a home that really sings,
Home and Things.
Beautiful things, beautiful prices.
You're listening to Perkins Online, the Thinking Person's Talk Show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line, courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, winners of the prestigious Jamaica Milestone Award on 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-LINK-106. 1-866-5465-106. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, thank you very much. We're back here online. Hello?
Hello?
Hello, yes. Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
Yes, uh-huh.
I don't know if I'm the one who's talking to you, sir.
I beg your pardon?
There's a few other... Hello?
I'm not hearing you very well.
Okay, you indicated that the Prime Minister's prophet may have suggested that since the Prime Minister was ordained by God, any vote for the JLP would be miraculously transformed to a vote for the PNP.
Well, I heard, I gather that some prophet has said that, yes.
Well, I say let's put this to the test. You know, I believe we should
I wouldn't like to suggest that, sir, because I wouldn't like to be in the business of fooling up people, attempting to, fool up people into in the business of fooling up people, attempting to, fool up people and to have them do irrational things, right? I think people need to take people need to take their political responsibilities seriously, and to vote intelligently at elections, right? Not to vote on the basis that somebody is ordained by God to be Prime Minister, or that somebody else is ordained by the devil or whatever. Hello?
Well, I would further go on to suggest that Jamaicans ought to stop looking to God, the PNP or the JLP to solve Jamaica's problems. And, start taking the responsibility for a practical approach that will improve their own personal condition.
You're absolutely right.
And not to discredit their faith in God at all, but I believe, as a person that believes also in God, that if God's will is to provide for a better Jamaica, then most likely He will do so. On the other hand, if God's will is to keep Jamaica in the current state, then I believe God will probably continue to provide a steady dose of the same things that He has been providing all these years.
Can you understand why God should want to do something like that? To keep Jamaica in the state it is in, right? And can you tell me why God has given human beings brains to think out their problems, and man has shown a remarkable capacity to do that? Why should we think that Jamaicans are any less able to solve their problems?
I didn't get your question.
But I'm asking, why should we think that Jamaicans are any less able than the rest of mankind to solve...
You said incapable?
To solve...
You said incapable? Why should...
I didn't hear that.
I didn't understand what you said. I think the line may be...
I'm saying, sir, that God has equipped man with the means of solving problems. Right?
Yes, sir.
Am I right?
I agree with that.
You agree with that?
I agree with you.
Yes. So why should God, why should we think that Jamaicans are incapable of solving their problems, and that God has to come and solve them for them?
I don't think we are incapable. I believe that we have somewhat been misguided by the people that are responsible for the stewardship of the country.
That may be so, yes.
That are in the and that also in a leadership position provide some kind of focus.
But we allow ourselves to be misguided by failing to use our brains adequately and to think about the problems that we have.
There have been several propositions that, would somewhat move Jamaica in that direction. For some reason, they seem to get put under the table or not even considered. For instance, there's a gentleman out of Manchester right now. His name is Trevor Bogle. I've read some of his works on the internet. He's proposing a carbohydrate economy. And for several years now, he's been taking that approach, and it seems to have fell on deaf ears. Now, I don't know why they wouldn't want to consider something that would possibly alleviate some of the unemployment that, is a high rate of that in Jamaica, and stemming from that, all the other social conditions with the crime rate and so forth. Now, that is not just to suggest that there's one way of moving forward, but there have been several directives by ordinary people, by people in positions, and for some reason, the party that's generally in power seems to get their agenda advocated above everything else. And if you look at the trend, nothing seems to be working, and I believe it's really incumbent in us to try a new approach. Something that makes sense, utilizing the basic resources that we have, and give a new direction a chance.
But let me ask you something. If God had sent somebody to be Prime Minister of Jamaica, wouldn't you expect that person would have demonstrated this, not by words, but by action?
I agree with you, sir.
Wouldn't that person's action be inspired, and wouldn't people looking on say, boy, this is a wonderful Prime Minister that we have here? Am I right?
Yes, sir. I agree with you.
Okay.
So, in essence, what you're saying, her actions should dictate whether or not she should be elected the Prime Minister of Jamaica.
Well, that is not what I'm saying. I'm not dealing with that issue, right? The issue that I'm dealing with is whether people should suspend their judgments and just take it that God had sent her to be Prime Minister and so vote in accordance with that, or whether they should dismiss that as nonsense, right? And use their own minds, their own brain that God has given them, right? To decide, to make intelligent choices, right? In relation to the election coming up.
Now, that is based on the premise that we can make intelligent choices.
I beg your pardon?
And that would be based on the premise that we're all capable of making these choices.
Yes, and I see no reason for assuming that we are not.
I agree with you, sir. I agree with you. Well, I thank you for your time, and I think you have a wonderful show in exposing some of the things that we need to start, taking a look at. And I thank you for the time, sir.
Thank you very much. All the best to you. In fact, what people are being asked to do, what people are being asked to do is to abandon their own intelligence and to trust to what Prophet Finn is saying, and Portia Simpson herself, that it was God who sent her to be Prime Minister, and therefore we must obey the choice of God. Hello. Hello.
Hello.
Yes.
Morning, Mutty.
Morning to you, sir.
How are you doing?
Not too bad.
Rains in St. Mary again. It's surprised to hear Tarn.
Huh?
Rains again. We're talking about the bridge. This time
yes, it's raining in St. Mary now?
Yeah, no. It's on and off, mind you, but the hills is where it comes from, and it comes down in the rivers. The incident with that bridge, you see, and I'd like to bring it to the attention of your listeners, is that the contract that was given to this foreign company obviously needs to be relooked at. You know, I went on the air a couple of months ago and I said to them that the drainage system and these culverts that are being built is going to cause continued destruction as the construction continues.
Yes.
It manifested itself initially in Port Maria, which was a disaster. And it also manifested itself in Agwater Vale, where what happened yesterday happened there as well. And this is just a continuation.
Tell me about that Agwater Vale bridge.
Well, what it was...
Which one is this? The one down by the... near the sea?
Not the big bridge by where they have the quarry. No.
Oh, the one that...
past it, there's another one going towards Port
Yes,
Maria.
when you come down that little grade and turn left. Yes.
And a similar thing happened because what the construction company does is it removes the existing bridge, but it places a temporary facility, which in the case of Agwater Vale, they use 2 40-foot metal containers to place inside the river. And then they cover those with marl for a temporary pass for the traffic. And what happened is in building the new bridge, which was inadequate and too small, the rains came before they were finished, removed some of the containers and the temporary roadway, as well as the new construction. So all of the work that had been done on that culvert and drain for the new bridge, as they might call it, it's not really a bridge, it's a construction culvert, had been washed away.
Well, let me ask you something. These people who are doing these things, are they really qualified to do what they're doing?
That's a whole other question. My point is, though, is that the authorities that govern us are the ones who are supposed to tell them to cease and desist until we get proper engineering.
They are the ones who should have ascertained their competence before contracting them.
That's the point. And even in this instance, when the minister is running around here, yesterday when we arrived there, of course, he had his junior minister who seems to be everywhere with road and work.
You mean Pip Pip?
Yes, he was there with Mr. Azan, who seems to be now the new wonder boy that will now fix all roads and bridges across Jamaica.
Well, I gather he has done a fair number in his constituency.
I hear 27, if I'm not mistaken. But the fact of the matter is that they are now, when things are going totally wrong, and this is, as I said, in St. Mary alone, I know of 3 incidents before this one. So there will continue to be similar incidents as we go along. If they're not stopped now and a full review done, and if they can't competently do it, get somebody else.
Hold on just a moment for me.
Medical Associates Hospital, providers of quality healthcare for over 47 years, providing lab, x-ray, pharmacy, emergency and general care services. Let Medical Associates provide you with the healthcare you need when you need it most. The time by Medical Associates Hospital is
11:46.
Today's weather brief is brought to you by Harbour Cold Stores Limited, 3 3rd Street, Newport West. Experts in frozen and chilled goods storage, also offering a wide range of industrial refrigeration and commercial air conditioning services.
Freeze! Let the experts at Harbour Cold Stores Limited, 3 3rd Street, Newport West, take care of your frozen and chilled goods at the right temperature. They're experts in industrial refrigeration and commercial air conditioning services. Harbour Cold Stores. Call 923-9031.
Now for today's weather brief. There's an upper-level trough across the central Caribbean. This afternoon, expect partly cloudy conditions with scattered showers mainly over northern areas. In our 3-day outlook, on Friday, look for more partly cloudy conditions with scattered showers mainly over hilly areas. On Saturday, expect brief morning showers over northeastern parishes with scattered showers during the afternoon. Sunday will be mostly cloudy with scattered showers and isolated thunderstorms mainly over eastern parishes. The information for today's weather brief was supplied by the National Meteorological Service of Jamaica. Today's weather brief was brought to you by Harbour Cold Stores Limited, 3 3rd Street, Newport West. Experts in frozen and chilled goods storage, also offering a wide range of industrial refrigeration and commercial air conditioning services.
Ricky wants to set up the house with the best from top to floor. But when he opened up up in wallet and him looking at the money in sorry he never have more.
We give no matter stop you come to it. We said it best hardware you can get it. When the price is nice and you get advice, the choice could only be to us.
Stewart's Hardware and Home Center, Maypen, Lionel Town and Old Harbour, where the price is right and the customer is always first.
Stewart's Hardware.
You're listening to Perkins Online, the Thinking Person's Talk Show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line, courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, winners of the prestigious Jamaica Milestone Award on 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, thank you very much. We're back here online. Hello?
Yes, Mutty. This is obviously now a clear example of being reactive as opposed to being proactive.
Yes.
Because what's happening now is that the government and its members of parliament now with election in the air are running around now trying to appear to be on top of all of the faults and problems around our country.
Yes.
But I can tell you they can look forward to many more of these visits because
you think so?
Yesterday, I'm telling you, we went up into Enfield to a grave digging, and the citizen said, Mr. Prater, whilst you're here, I want you to look at the bridge up here. And the same deterioration on that very old bridge. Which is
you mean the railway bridge?
In Enfield.
In where?
Enfield.
Oh, Enfield.
That's correct.
In St. Mary?
That's correct. And so, you know, I'm sure if it's not looked after shortly, a similar thing that happened in Broadgate will happen to this bridge. Because I can see the underpinning support is rotting out. And so this bridge, from just the apparent view that I gave it yesterday, had probably not even had a coat of paint for maybe some 20 years.
Oh, God.
So you see, there's no maintenance program. And only when the incidents happen and the bridges fall down and the rivers wash them away, that you get a flurry of all of these representatives coming there now looking very official and yes, the problem can be solved and, you know what happened in Broadgate. And that bridge hasn't been dealt with yet.
When the Broadgate bridge collapsed,
yes,
we heard that the parish council had actually written to the minister.
That's correct.
Pointing out to him the condition of the bridge.
That's correct. And the Prime Minister after that, having not heard from them.
Yes.
And nothing was done. And yet it fell down, many were injured, and then the National Works Agency came out and said, in 4 weeks' time, we'll have a bridge there, a Bailey Bridge for you.
Well, I suppose that we'd be asked to believe that God intended it so.
It must be. It must be. You know, I'm a God-fearing man myself, but I must tell you that I don't believe that God wishes for us to be cut off from Portland.
I tell you something, sir. It's one thing to fear God.
Yes.
It's another thing to have respect for God.
That is correct.
Right?
That is correct.
And I think that is where we're falling.
And understand also in the belief of that God that He gave us a choice and a free will.
Absolutely.
And I think that's where these folks are carrying us down the unfortunate
I mean,
path.
the whole history of mankind it confirms that man was given a creative power, analogous to God's own.
That's correct.
And the ability to choose freely.
That's correct.
Which way he would go.
That's correct.
Right?
So don't fault him for the wrong choices made.
Precisely. And I really do not understand how we are now being asked to believe that having given us the right to choose and the ability to choose, God now, we are being asked to believe, is taking that right away from us here in Jamaica.
Yes, think no more.
And imposing upon us a Prime Minister of his own choice.
That is correct. And I want to make the point. I mean, I always said that our Prime Minister was chosen by just over 1,300 or 1,200 delegates of the People's National Party. The country has not had the opportunity yet to have chosen this Prime Minister. And so we anxious.
Well, I don't know. The country does not choose, the electorate does not choose prime ministers.
That's correct.
Prime ministers are chosen
by virtue of the member of parliament.
Yes.
And the majority of that.
Yes.
And as such, I'm saying the process that should have transpired in that instance has not yet been transpired for us to have resulted in our prime minister that now exists. And so we wait anxiously on that day.
Yes.
But let all folks recognize, and as I said today, many more incidents are going to happen, unfortunately, because there is no maintenance, there is no accountability, and it is up to now, it has been left, unfortunately, for those in authority to have given our taxpayers dollars to those who are incompetent and those who cannot perform the duties and the responsibilities.
Well, you know, sir, given the state of the economy and of the government's finances, it is not at all surprising that there are so many structures and facilities in Jamaica that are under-serviced.
That's correct.
Right.
And now, after many years, subjected to failure and incidents that are going to put our personnel and people in our communities at risk and cut off.
Yes.
And our daily convenience is now going to be taken away. So I can tell you, there's more to come. Much more to come.
That is a sad story.
I'm telling you.
Sorry about that.
Okay, but
all right,
we're talking with you and we talk again.
Thank you very much.
Take care.
All the best to you. Okay, hello? Hello?
Hello.
Yes, good morning.
Good morning.
Yes, go ahead.
Well, good morning, Mr. Perk.
Morning, sir.
Yeah, I'm one of the over 150 people that were taken in for processing at the event at Exact Monday.
Is that so?
Yes.
Tell us about it.
Yeah, what really happened was, I'm at the event and...
You're a what?
I was at the event and everything was basically alright, and the police them corral the place and they told us to go out in the parking lot. I went out in the parking lot and they basically started separating the men from the women, basically. The police was like pushing me in the back. Turn that down.
Push you in the back?
Yeah, he pushed me in the back. So I turned around and I look at him. And then he said, everything all right, you go search you.
Everything all right?
Yeah, he said, everything is okay. I'm going to search you so you can go.
He's going to search you?
Yes. You can go. Then, from nowhere, it's like the police that was in charge, he came up from behind and boxed me. You know?
A policeman came up from behind and boxed you?
Yeah, and boxed me. And asked
why?
Me think, no reason at all, Mr. Perkins. Him say, if me think I'm here on this show.
Him say what?
If I think that I'm the person running the show.
But what is it that you had done that gave him the impression that you thought so?
I've never ever run in with the law before in my life. Never ever run in with the law. This is the first time I'm coming in, you know, me and police mode for me for the first time. Then at the parking lot, them search everybody. Them not find out. And anybody. I mean, I said them not find out.
Speak directly into the mouthpiece.
Yes, they searched everybody, Mr. Perkins, and they didn't find anything on anybody. I was standing right beside a friend, and after they don't finish searching the females and everybody, a girl came over to hug him, and then the same policeman who boxed me said to my friend, "You're gonna get arrested. You're going down." So I'm gonna lock him down for 24 hours because a girl hugged him. So I said, "Why you lock up the man for, officer?" The police said, "You all get locked up too. Put on handcuffs on my hand same time."
Oh yeah?
Yeah. We're going at the bus now. He said to bring me at the bus. I thought it was like just 12 of us alone going down. So I was like in the bus now. When I look, I see a group of other people coming.
You're not speaking directly into the phone.
Yeah, Mr. Perkins.
Keep it that way.
I thought it was us alone getting arrested basically. But when I check it out, it was pulling up the bus, about 50 of us, packing us like sardines, Mr. Perkins, in the bus. Yeah, then we're taken to the Freeport police station. Yeah, as I step off of the bus, Mr. Perkins, because to tell the truth, Mr. Perkins, but it feel awake. I mean, I don't do nothing, Mr. Perkins. I have my ID upon me. I never have me running with the law. As I step off of the bus, a policeman boxed me 2 times so I set my face good. But
does you want him box?
Huh?
You want him box?
Yeah.
Him no box somebody else?
Him say me set my face good, Mr. Perkins. I don't know why. I can't speak for anybody else, Mr. Perkins.
Oh.
But maybe I speak for myself.
Your face never set good?
No, my face never set good, Mr. Perkins. But how you feel, Mr. Perkins? You know, You know, do not, Mr. Perkins.
A man come put handcuff on you.
A man come put handcuff on you, bring you to police station.
Yes.
45 in the morning. You know, do not, Mr. Perkins.
Yes.
You understand? You don't feel away as a person, Mr. Perkins. Somebody has screw us. The man boxed me 2 times, somebody set my face good. Then put you in a room now. The room is a small room, Mr. Perkins. And I'm going to tell you, say, them pack you in there like a sardine, not even water, Mr. Perkins.
Is a room or a prison cell?
It's not a cell, Mr. Perkins.
Oh, a room.
Mr. Perkins, a profile, I'm really a profile of people, Mr. Perkins.
Yes.
Them a profile a type of people who go to a certain type of event. And I think that this is not good for Jamaica. Because you can't profile a certain group of people for no reason. I don't like criminal like Mr. Perkins. But if you come for criminal, you take criminal and you go.
Yes.
You can't inconvenience law-abiding citizens. And the operation where them carry out, Mr. Perkins, I think them treat people subhuman, Mr. Perkins, in this place. People when they commit no crime, even tourists. Because there was all different kind of people there, Mr. Perkins.
Tourists were there?
Of course, Mr. Perkins.
Them lock up tourists?
Of course, them bring Japanese, some Japanese people on there and bring them down there same way.
In the police station?
Of course.
Oh, yeah?
No reason, Mr. Perkins. I wonder what kind of operation, who sanction an operation like this in Jamaica? To just profile a group of people. We never have a run-in with the law yet, Mr. Perkins. We don't like
How many tourists they brought down? They locked up?
I'm sure I saw 2. I'm sure I saw 2. I'm not. It was really crowded, so I couldn't tell. But I'm sure that I saw 2 tourists there. Yeah.
And how long they kept you there?
Mr. Perkins, we don't there for 4 hours before anybody comes start out any processing so we can leave. 4 hours. Without water, pack up in this little room.
Look here, hold on a minute. I'm going to have to go now for the news, you see?
Okay.
But hold on a minute. Give us a telephone number off the air, and we'll call you back at the end of the news.
All right, Mr. Perkins.
All right? Just hold on a moment. Somebody will take it from you. Okay, we'll be back here in about 20 minutes.
Melmac Dental Care specializes in amalgam fillings, composite fillings, root canal therapy, periodontal treatment, dentures, crowns, and bridges. Open every day. Call 929-6704. Melmac Dental Care, 10 to 12 Melmac Avenue. The time by Melmac Dental Care is
12 o'clock.
News, comprehensive, powerful, and credible. Power 106 FM, Radio News Center.
Stacey Ann Smith with Midday News on Power 106 from the Gleaner Power 106 News Center. Pakistani police officers observing the investigation into the murder of cricket coach Bob Wilmot have expressed satisfaction with the manner in which the probe is being conducted. The 2 officers who have been in the island for the last 3 weeks are scheduled to leave today. Deputy Inspector General in Pakistan, Mir Zubir Mahmood, told a press conference this morning that officials in Pakistan are not conducting a separate probe.
We are available 100% for the Jamaican police and Mr. Markshi to ask us for anything. And in the process of investigation, whatever they needed, we have provided them. It would not be appropriate to disclose all the details of the case since it is in the progress. But let me assure you that in our own capacity on behalf of Government of Pakistan, we have extended all possible help.
Mir Zubir Mahmood, Deputy Inspector General in Pakistan. Meanwhile, Deputy Police Commissioner in charge of crime, Mark Shields, says investigators are reviewing the results of the analysis of closed-circuit television footage from the Jamaica Pegasus Hotel.
Most of the work has now been completed. We have an extensive array of photographs from various aspects from within the Perkins Hotel and surrounding areas. And that may or may not assist the investigation. So that work has been done. And again, we're very grateful to the Metropolitan Police Service in London, who's gained huge amount of resource and assistance.
DCP in charge of crime, Mark Shields. He, however, again declined to say whether a suspect has been held in connection with the case. Investigators are awaiting further results of toxicology and histology tests from the United Kingdom, which they believe will assist in solving the murder. And the body of the late Pakistan cricket coach is scheduled to leave the island for London tonight. The departure comes 3 days after the coroner gave the order for the body to be released for burial in South Africa, and 5 weeks after Mr. Wilmot was found unconscious in his hotel room at the Jamaica Pegasus. The body of the late cricket coach was being kept at Roman's funeral home in Kingston. It's expected to arrive in South Africa on the weekend. Director of the funeral home, Roosevelt Roman, says Mr. Wilmot's body is expected to leave the funeral home about 12:30 this afternoon for the Norman Manley International Airport, where it will be processed and transported on an Air Jamaica flight about 10:10 tonight. Meanwhile, it's still unclear whether a coroner's inquest will be held after an autopsy revealed that Mr. Wilmot was strangled. The PNP Women's Movement is demanding that the JLP candidate for South East St Andrew, Joan Gordon-Webley, apologize for what it calls insulting comments she made about Prime Minister Portia Simpson-Miller. At a JLP meeting in Trelawney on Tuesday night, Mrs. Gordon-Webley likened Mrs. Simpson-Miller to Jezebel. Jezebel is a female Bible character who was regarded as a very evil and cunning person. President of the PNP Women's Movement, Jennifer Edwards, says she's very disappointed with Mrs. Gordon-Webley's expressions. She further accused the JLP candidate of resorting to cheap and personal attacks on the Prime Minister. JLP General Secretary Carl Samuda has apologized for Gordon-Webley's comments on behalf of the party, but Mrs. Edwards says this is not enough. She says Mrs. Gordon-Webley herself must also apologize. And Mrs. Edwards wants the JLP to state clearly what sanctions it intends to apply against its candidate. When contacted a short while ago, Mr. Samuda said he would not be commenting on the matter until he speaks with Mrs. Gordon-Webley. And he says if any sanctions were to be imposed, the matter would be dealt with internally. You're listening to Midday News on Power 106 from the Gleaner Power 106 News Centre. It's 5 minutes after 12. The Public Accounts Committee of Parliament, examining the $43 million cost overrun on the Sandals White House Hotel in Westmoreland, has issued a draft report after months of deliberations. According to the committee, several factors contributed to the massive cost overrun. More from Edmund Campbell.
The report says certain of the project's finishings and other specifications which were implemented were more elaborate and costly than what was first agreed with a $70 million budget. And it says the fast-track approach which was adopted led to agreement on the project budget before designs and other specifications, drawings, quantities and prices were determined. Another contributory factor to the cost overrun was a substantial excess capacity that was provided in the laundry and air conditioning systems. There were also inadequate cost control and management information systems which prevented early warning of the extent of cost overruns being incurred. It was argued that the board of Ackingdown Newtown Development Company, ANCO, should have been more attentive to monitoring the progress of the project and the cost commitments made. The committee was also concerned that there was a 14-month period during which the board did not formally meet. In its recommendations, the PAC noted that because of the risks associated with fast-track projects, this approach should only be used in cases of serious emergency in which the project's interest is at stake. Edmund Campbell for the Gleaner Power 106 News.
Opposition leader Bruce Golding is scheduled to make his presentation to the 2007-2008 budget debate this afternoon. Mr. Golding is expected to address issues of economic development while emphasizing social issues having to do with healthcare and education. He'll also be assessing the performance of the governing People's National Party. According to Mr. Golding, the Jamaican economy has lagged behind that of its regional counterparts under the PNP administration. The opposition leader will also disclose to the nation what a Jamaica Labour Party government would represent in the future. The management of Windalco says it has completed cleanup activities at the site at which a rail car carrying alumina was derailed yesterday. The rail cars were transporting the alumina from Windalco's Kirkvine Works to its shipping facility in Port Esquivel when they ran off the track at Scott's Pass in Clarendon. However, the Clarendon Public Health Department and the National Environment and Planning Agency, NEPA, have both indicated there was little risk posed to public health or the environment. NEPA has also said that the water from the Milk River is safe for use. Meanwhile, Communications Officer at Windalco, Keon Wallace Headley, says the company is investigating the cause of the derailment.
All the agencies involved are currently working on that, and once the process is complete, we'll be in a position to make a statement. Alternative measures have been put in place to ensure that there is no breakdown at Kirkvine in terms of the supply and the movement of alumina from the plant.
Communications Officer at Windalco, Keon Wallace Headley. A Jamaican man in the United Kingdom has been sentenced to a minimum of 3 years in prison for the abduction and manslaughter of a 6-month-old baby boy. He has also been banned from working with children. 21-year-old Sherwin McCoy Smith, who lives in West Midlands, was previously charged with the abduction and murder of the infant. However, the London Royal Court of Justice found him guilty of the lesser offence of manslaughter of little Troy Simpson. Baby Troy was the son of Mr. Smith's girlfriend. In February last year, the police found the toddler's body inside a culvert after he was reported missing. Mr. Smith, who at the time was believed to be the child's father, had denied any involvement in his disappearance. However, DNA samples taken from Mr. Smith and from soil and traces of pollen on his clothes corresponded with other samples taken from the scene where the child's body was found. He was convicted on the grounds that he secretly took the baby from his crib on the night of the disappearance with the intention to cause harm to the child. The Kingston Central Police are investigating the shooting deaths of 2 men and the injury of another and a teenager by gunmen at High Holborn Street in downtown Kingston last night. 30-year-old Fernando Taylor of Mark Lane and a man known only as Hill Dog of Gold Street were killed, while a 48-year-old man and a 14-year-old boy were injured in the incident. The police report that about 11:30 last night, the 4 were among a group of persons attending a wake in the community. While at the location, a group of gunmen entered the premises and allegedly opened fire, hitting the 4. Taylor reportedly died on the spot, and the others were taken to hospital, where Hill Dog was pronounced dead, the 48-year-old man admitted in stable condition, and the teenager treated and released. And the police in Clarendon are looking for 21-year-old Rohan Russell following the stabbing death of another man at Racecourse District in the parish yesterday. 25-year-old Rohan Thomas was killed reportedly after the two had a dispute. The Exeter police say during the altercation between the 2 men, a knife was used to stab Thomas. He was pronounced dead at the Lionel Town Hospital. News on the international scene now. Iraq's foreign minister says attempts by U.S. Democrats to hasten the withdrawal of U.S. troops from Iraq are damaging to security in the country. He was responding to a vote in the U.S. House of Representatives that will make further funding of the war conditional on a withdrawal timetable. The Senate is to vote on the bill later today, and President George W. Bush has promised to veto it. Although the Democrats who sponsored the bill control both houses of Congress, they do not have enough votes to overrule a presidential veto. The Democrats have been locked in confrontation with Republicans over the future of the war in Iraq. And back in the Caribbean region, Attorney General and Minister of Home Affairs in Barbados, Dale Marshall, wants his regional counterparts to begin addressing manpower issues in Caribbean police forces in a coordinated manner. He says he intends to initiate discussions on the matter with regional counterparts immediately after the conclusion of the Cricket World Cup. Officials have revealed that there are 125 vacancies in the Royal Barbados Police Force, the RBPF. Earlier this year, the government gained parliamentary approval to change the admission procedure to allow special constables to be integrated into the RBPF as police constables to help boost the numbers. However, officials say there is still a deficit. Finally, in midday news, a multi-story building in Istanbul, Turkey has collapsed, and there are fears that a number of people may be trapped. Rescue workers have been searching for survivors, and people have been evacuated from nearby buildings. There is no word yet on casualties, and it's not known how many people were inside the building when it collapsed. The cause of the collapse, which occurred in a residential part of the city, is also not known. And those were the stories making midday news on Power 106 from the Gleaner Power 106 News Center. Sports is next.
Powerful and credible. Power 106 FM Radio News Center.
Time now for your midday sports report on Power 106 FM from the Gleaner Power 106 News Center. President of the West Indies Cricket Board, WICB, Ken Gordon, says the profits from the International Cricket Council's Cricket World Cup is expected to clear the debts of the regional board. The beleaguered board is carrying a debt of $15 million. Before the cricket tournament, Gordon said he hoped that the 6-week event, which ends in Barbados on Saturday, would help to reduce the board's debt burden. In an interview in the Trinidad and Tobago Express, Gordon said if the profit fails to clear the debt, it would significantly reduce it. Gordon further added that he intends to use the profits from the World Cup to fund plans for the development of cricket in the region. Gordon, who has tendered his resignation as the WICB boss, was asked to reconsider his decision. He is expected to inform the board of his final decision at a special meeting on Sunday. Somerset's Marcus Trescothick has been given a chance to resurrect his international career. He was selected in the England and Wales Cricket Board's ECB 25-man performance squad for the summer. Trescothick is one of 12 players who are centrally contracted to the ECB. But after he pulled out of the winter tour to Australia with a stress-related illness, which also kept him out of World Cup consideration, there were concerns over his England future. 2 players from new coach Peter Moore's former county Sussex also made the squad, Michael Yardley and wicket-keeper Matthew Pryor. West Indies will tour England next month. The Caribbean team will play the first of 4 tests at Lord's on May 17, and they're also due to play 3 one-day games in July. Rural area champion St. Elizabeth Technical High School Steths have picked up crucial first innings points from corporate area champions Eltham High on today's second day of the Spalding Cup final. The match is being played at the Steths Playfield in Santa Cruz. At sports time, Steths reached 92 for 6 against the bowling of pacer Romea Dunca, who has so far taken 4 wickets for 14 runs. Eltham were dismissed for 82 runs on yesterday's rain-ruined first day. Football now. The national under-17 Reggae Boys were yesterday feted by Nestle and given a motivational talk by Dr. Kingsley Stewart. Jamaica will host the USA, Canada, Costa Rica and Trinidad and Tobago in a round-robin tournament from which 3 nations will advance to the FIFA Under-17 World Cup in South Korea in August. The qualifiers will be staged at the National Stadium from April 28 to May 6. The final 2 teams, the USA and Canada, are expected in the island later this afternoon. Portmore United have joined Harbourview in next year's Caribbean Club Championship after yesterday's sets of matches in the penultimate round of the Ray and Nephew National Premier League. The St. Catherine-based Portmore United beat Boys Town 1-0 at Collie Smith Drive, while their other challenger for the final place, Reno, suffered a 3-0 defeat to Village United at Elliston Wakefield Centre. In other games yesterday, newly crowned champions Harbourview hammered relegated Wadada 4-0. Seaver United beat Tivoli Gardens 2-0. Augustown outscored Waterhouse 3-2 and demoted Nagohead clipped Arnott Gardens 1-0. The Jamaica Netball Association Division Leagues continue this afternoon with 5 games at the National Stadium courts. In the Western Union Division B League, Eden Strikers will play Hampshire B and Spec B face Bridgeport. In the Berger Super League, Windalco will take on Tivoli A and Arnott Gardens versus Walgrovians. The matches will start at 5:45. Then at 7 o'clock, Ebony Strikers and Alpart will meet. And that's your midday sports report on Power 106 from the Gleaner Power 106 News Centre. Weather is next.
The Gleaner Power 106 FM weather at noon is brought to you by Carvis Souvenir Discount Centre and Craft Village, Twin Gates Plaza. Be Jamaican, buy Jamaican, and Carvis Discount Centre, Twin Gates Plaza, Constant Spring Road. So much more for less.
Time now for your midday weather report on Power 106. The National Meteorological Service is reporting that there is a high-pressure ridge across the island. This afternoon will be partly cloudy with scattered showers over interior areas. Tonight is expected to be fair. Tomorrow, look for cloudy conditions with scattered afternoon showers and isolated thunderstorms. This weekend, expect cloudy conditions with scattered afternoon showers and a chance of isolated thunderstorms on Sunday. And that's your midday weather report from the Gleaner Power 106 News Centre.
The Gleaner Power 106 FM weather at noon was brought to you by Carvis Souvenir Discount Centre and Craft Village, Twin Gates Plaza. Be Jamaican, buy Jamaican. And Carvis Discount Centre, Twin Gates Plaza, Constant Spring Road. So much more for less.
And now to end midday news on Power 106, a reminder of the main stories. Pakistani police officers expressed satisfaction with the progress of investigation into the Bob Wilmot murder case. PNP Women's Movement demanding apology from the JLP candidate for South East St Andrew, Joan Gordon Webley, for what it calls insulting comments made about Prime Minister Portia Simpson-Miller. Kingston Central Police yet to determine the motive for the shooting deaths of 2 men and the injury of another and a teenager by gunmen at High Holborn Street in downtown Kingston last night. From the region, Barbados Attorney General and Minister of Home Affairs wants his regional counterparts to coordinate plans to address manpower issues in Caribbean police forces. On the international scene, a multi-story building in Istanbul, Turkey, has collapsed, and there are fears that a number of people may be trapped. In sports, West Indies Cricket Board President Ken Gordon says the profits from the International Cricket Council's Cricket World Cup is expected to clear the debts of the regional board. And that's midday news, sports and weather on Power 106 FM. Your next newscast will be headline news at 3 o'clock. From the Gleaner Power 106 News Centre, I'm Stacey Ann Smith. About our children wasting precious time in school due to free periods caused by no-show of classroom teachers? The Teachers Bank is looking for able, experienced and preferably retired teachers to stop this growing problem of free periods in our nation's schools. Send resumes to the Teachers Bank, P.O. Box 94 Kingston 6 or call 756-0636. That's 756-0636. The Teachers Bank, keeping education in focus.
What a car! What a price! Now you can get a brand new 2007 Mitsubishi Lancer from Motor Sales at the unbelievable price of $1.65 million while stocks last, with CVT transmission, dual airbags, ABS brakes, a 1.6-liter engine, plus many other features. There'll never be a deal like this again. The 2007 Lancer at Motor Sales. Everybody loves the Lancer. Drive yours home today.
Power 106.
You're listening to Perkins Online, the Thinking Person's Talk Show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line, courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, winners of the prestigious Jamaica Milestone Award on 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Thank you very much. We're back here online. Boy, somebody just sent me a CD. Da 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 dee da 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 dee da dum. Okay, thank you very much for that. I love that tune. Anyway, let's get to our telephones. Hello? Hello?
Hello.
Yes, good afternoon to you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Perkins. How are you?
Not too bad. How are you?
I am fine, thanks.
Mm-hmm.
I was listening to the news just now, Power. And Miss Jennifer Edwards wants Mrs. Webley to apologize.
Yes.
Jennifer Edwards, must go and apologize to Rosemary Shaw.
What for?
Who she disrespected after Portia won.
Oh?
Yes. Because she was on Dr. Phillips' side. She was taking side for Dr. Phillips. She must... I wonder if she apologized to her yet.
I don't know.
Well, when Mr. Bobby Speakers likened this man to a woman having a monthly cycle, Miss Jennifer Edwards didn't ask him to apologize.
But I tell you something. The things that were said about Sister P.
Yes.
During that campaign. Yes. Some of the things that were said about her.
Not by Rosemary Shaw, though.
No, not by Rosemary Shaw. No. But some of the things that were said about her were quite appalling.
Yes.
You know?
Yes.
And I don't know that what Mrs. Webley said falls into that category.
I don't think so at all.
No.
I mean, I don't know what Mr. Samuda apologized for.
I don't know.
I was very upset last night while watching the news.
And as I said, there is a serious issue to be discussed.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
The issue of using well, certainly from the perspective of church people,
Yeah.
I should have thought that they would have been very concerned about the idea that God's name might have been used as a means of winning political support and power.
Well, Mr.
Rather than dealing with that issue
Yeah.
on the basis of, policy. What is it that you're going to do to solve the problems of this country?
True.
Right?
True.
Isn't that the basis that on which an intelligent electorate should be looking to make choices in an election?
They take Jamaicans for big-head bird, you know.
Yes, but an attempt is being made to fool up people.
Yes.
On the basis that God has decided it.
You see, they are desperate. You hear Mr. Buchanan talking about desperate? They are the desperate ones.
Well, I don't know. I don't want to get into that side of it.
Mr. Perkins, these comrades, you see, they have contributed to the malignancy of this country. When Miss Jennifer Edwards operating from Spanish Town, and when my daughter was admitted in the Spanish Town hospital last month, we had to take her in the ambulance over to Portmore Pines, for there was no X-ray machine at Spanish Town. Hospital is not working. So we had to take her over there in our nightie, in the plaza, to get her X-rayed. I watched two nurses fighting with the car there for the drip, and I hear one saying to the other one, "Boy, this is coming like my sister lost the whole." So, and these are the things what you should highlight. You can talking about apologize. Mrs. Webley, there is no need for no apology because you didn't say anything wrong.
I think you're right on that.
Yes. All right, Mr. Perkins.
Okay, Mom. Thank you very much. All the best to you. Okay, hello?
Uncle.
Hi, wait.
I just called you briefly, you see.
Briefly.
To say to you that when we have public, we'll call them civil servant now, Mr. Perkins, come on public radio to give misleading information. It tells you that our country are in serious, serious trouble.
Yes.
I don't know if
you think God would have planned it so?
I don't know if you were listening to
Any of you?
to Mr. Stephen Shaw yesterday. And nationwide.
Yes.
Telling Cliff Hughes and Miss something, let's sing out what she want to name, that the water didn't wash away this temporary bridge in which the people...
Yes, it was they who
opened it. Who opened it.
Yes.
To make the water
flow. And there was the river. What equipment? What equipment would they have used to go into the flooded river? To move the culverts, as they call them.
Mr. Perkins, listen to me, Mr. Perkins. When I heard that, I get the shock of my life. Because if somebody tells me up to a minute before that Stephen Shaw would have done that, I would have said, no, it would not happen.
Oh, yes?
Mr. Perkins, you remember yesterday morning, little after 10 o'clock, you have the Member of Parliament from Southeast St. Mary, Mr. Harry Douglas.
Mr. Harry Douglas? You mean Pip?
All right. Admitting that in fact...
Hold on just a moment for me.
My mother say, he go pass my exam because me have brain poor. Mother's poor party make me strong so me can learn at school. But teacher say me chat too much.
The time by Mother's Power Patchy is
12:30.
Honey!
Hold on the phone.
Every night now you're up on cell phone and chat till midnight. Just a chat go. So what's going on?
Baby, calling our friends and family at night with My B Mobile is now free. When I top up My B Mobile with $150 or more any day, Monday to Friday, I get to talk free to My B Mobile and home phone thieves 9 p.m. to midnight that same day. And when I top up $150 or more 3 times for the week, I also get free weekend nights.
Okay, free talk time. Well, free's always good enough.
You know, that's what Joe said.
Joe? Who's Joe?
Oops. Just kidding.
Top up and get free talk time from B-Mobile. Just be careful how you use it.
Me and my B-Mobile? There's nothing quite like us.
Offer ends April 29th. Conditions apply.
nasty, troublesome cough. Give it something you can really feel working. Cavonia. Cough medicine with clout.
Now there's a remedy you can rely on for troublesome cough and blocked, stuffy nose. Cavonia, mentholated cough mixture, nighttime formula, bronchial balsam and throat spray. Blocked, stuffy nose? Give it something you can really feel working. Cavonia! Made in England by Thornton and Ross and distributed by Medimpex Jamaica Limited.
You're listening to Perkins Online, the Thinking Person's Talk Show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line, courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, winners of the prestigious Jamaica Milestone Award on 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, thank you very much. We're back here online.
Mr. Perkins, make I tell you about 4 occasions, and not even mentioning the bridge in Port Marathon. They do one between the main road from Highgate, Rosen to Port Mara, which totally wash out one Thursday afternoon, and them have to divert the traffic through Sunside, come through Amstead to come to Highgate. They build one on the Rose End Road between Port Mara to Natta Bay, in which Mr. Manley just speak here a little before the 12 o'clock news.
Yes.
Which totally washed out. And the one...
That's the Walterville.
Right. And the one which washed out yesterday, it is the second time it has happened within 3 weeks. It is the second time. And what have happened, Mr. Perkins, as you hear Mr. Val said on your program, and even the mayor of Port Mara, Mr. Bobby Montague, wrote a news saying that these people take no instruction from nobody, they have no regard for nobody, and they do just about what they think, and they give the impression that they have no expertise in what they are doing, Mr. Perkins. Hello?
Yes, I'm hearing you.
Let me give you another example. You know where Natta Bay Hospital is?
Yes.
You know that stretch of road between Natta Bay Hospital going out to Dover, or near the sea is to the road street, Mr. Perkins. They built one. It looks as if you have a train coming from the hospital, coming down into the sea. They built one you call named Box Calvert on that stretch of road, Mr. Perkins. And as little as you could go through that. And what has happened, the sea is backing up all of that water when the sea comes in and push it over. So once you have a little rain, Mr. Perkins, no vehicle able to pass there, so. And the people who live on the stretch of the road between Orchard to Port, in which they have the contract to build this leg of highway, is telling them that these box culverts in which they are building to channel water, which can't even hold half dozen of chicken, which is given away now in the election campaign. It is total nonsense.
What is given away in the election campaign?
Chicken.
Chicken?
Chicken. Yes.
Oh?
Yeah, a lot of chicken is given away now.
You're joking.
Yeah, that's
so them gone down from Big Breed Goat?
Well, let's come at the point of Mr. Perkins.
No, what happened to the Big Breed Goat then?
So, the point I'm making, Mr. Perkins, these people, you remember...
Mother won't forget 2 Big Breed Goat.
You remember... You remember some weeks ago that the president for the EU, because this leg of road, the money is a grant from EU, you know. and he toured this leg of road with the minister. And the EU president were on TV saying that he do not satisfy with the pace of the work and the type of work which they have been doing.
I missed that. I didn't see that.
Yes! And he said that they have a deadline in which the work will have to complete. And if they reach that date and the work do not complete, where
money gone
is concerned, it will be stopped there.
Money gone.
And the minister gave him his word that he going to speak with the contractors who are doing this work, and they realize that they're dissatisfied with the pace of the work and the condition of the work which they are doing. You understand me? And since that time, nothing has been done, Mr. Perkins. As a matter of fact, things have been worse. Mr. Perkins, did you saw on the TV last night when the bridge, this temporary bridge, washed away, and an ambulance were taking a patient from the Portland side?
Yes.
And when it turned up there, people have to put the patient and this business to bring it. You know, Mr. Perkins?
Yes, yes.
If I tell you that when they come across and they are not a bay side of the road, they having problem getting a vehicle transporting the patient to the Natabay Hospital. And Mr. Vaz was the man who jumped out of his vehicle, ordered his driver to turn around his vehicle and take the patient to the Natabay Hospital.
But that tells another story, you know, sir. Because why did they have to take that patient from Portland to the Natabay Hospital?
Because the distance from Buff Bay to Port Antonio
is further than the distance from Buff Bay to Natabay.
And as you know,
but once upon a time, sir, not so long ago, there was a hospital closer to that too.
In Buff Bay.
Right in a Buff Bay.
And I'm glad to mention that.
Yes.
Because Mr. Vaz has write letter upon letter to this government and to the member of parliament asking them to do something about the Buff Bay Hospital. The letters turn up to blind eyes. His voice has been to deaf ears. And if they did do something about that, this patient would have to transfer to another.
But you know, sir, you know, when I was 4 years old, I had typhoid.
Yes.
And I spent 3 months in the Buff Bay Hospital. Right? There wasn't any need to go anywhere else. Right? Buff Bay had a hospital that was quite as good as, you know, any other local hospital in Jamaica.
Doctors tell me right now, you have a person who work on your station who used to do some work in Buff Bay. And he also tell me that one of the best hospitals this country has ever seen was the Buff Bay
Hospital. It was a nice hospital.
You hear me?
Yes.
Yes! You understand me? And what they had done now, Mr. Perkins, they are now take the old train line bridge and turn it into a temporary.
Yes, and it's been suggested to me, sir, that is a disaster.
If I tell you that the train line bridge in Richmond, which is a bigger bridge to that one, because trains stop run 20 odd years now and nobody pays that bridge attention. If I tell you that bridge collapsed and tumbled right down into the river.
The Richmond one?
Yes! And I know of 2 more. When they put this one, make 3, which have so far collapsed and tumbled right down into the river. So when they use that one now, and the same highway people have every equipment unit, and these 10 and 12-wheeler truck traveling material is traveling, and this one which they use as a temporary alternative now, Mr. Perkins.
Yes.
What happen now if when I is going to Portland or coming from Portland after look for my girlfriend, Mr. Perkins? and that thing KV now, Mr. Perkins, when rain fall and river come down, and I wash away in the sea, I'd even am to you, Mr. Perkins, going to Portland for a weekend. What will happen, Mr. Perkins?
Boy.
I say it happened to a bus load of children who is going to the Anata Bay High School with about 40 or 50 children coming from school or going to that school, and it cave in and the bus go down into a heavy volume of water and all 50 or 40 of them drown.
We are courting disaster, sir.
Eh?
We are courting disaster.
No, you answer the point I'm making,
Yes.
Mr. Perkins? You know, and to listen to Stephen Shaw, the public relation man for the NWA, to come on national radio yesterday and give misleading information. But you know what has happened? That was given to him, Stephen Shaw, by the people who was doing the work. Because when he arrived there, everything actually done. And it was given to him. Some people asked yesterday, where's Mr. Dabdu? And all they could told that Mr. Dabdu were in Clarendon campaigning with Mr. Azan.
Oh, is that so?
You understand me?
Oh, is that
Mr.
so?
Dabdu never reached there yesterday until Minister 7 last night.
Oh, yes?
Yes!
Oh, Lord. But tell me something now. What do you think about this Jezebel business?
Mr. Perkins, the only little piece of it I've heard is on your program. Well, you know, traditionally, when the name Jezebel mentioned in Jamaica, people see it as a tyrant person, ignorant of style person. You know, I heard somebody reading something on your program saying that the word Jezebel doesn't really mean that that person is a Jezebel. You understand me? But you know, traditionally, you know?
No, nobody read that on this program.
Eh?
Nobody said that on this program.
No, I think I heard somebody was saying that.
No, man, Jezebel
was married to a...
Yes, was a queen.
Yes!
A princess, and she married the king of Israel. But she came from Phoenicia.
Yes, I heard that.
And she had a different god. And she had a whole heap of prophets trying to persuade people to leave Jehovah and worship her God.
Yes.
Baal. Right?
Well, you see, you don't see anything.
I think it's what Mrs.
Webley
was talking about was just that, the prophecy part of it.
Okay.
Right?
So you're saying that Mr. Samuda totally misunderstood her then?
Well, I don't think he bothered to try to understand her.
Okay.
He was so jittery and jumped to go and apologize because before he knew what he was apologizing for.
But I heard a call on your program. We're saying, where was Miss Jennifer Edwards? Asking even some of Miss Portia Simpson's same members during the presidential race.
With what?
No, I'm saying, where were Miss Jennifer Edwards during the presidential race?
Yes.
Asking some of her same members to apologize to Miss Simpson.
Yes.
She didn't ask them. You understand? It just to just show you when the shoes is not on your foot, Mr. Perkins. you know?
Yes.
Nice talking to you.
All right, sir.
Take
All
care.
the best to you. We take a break. We'll come back shortly.
Employers, remember you have a responsibility to submit your annual returns for 2006. Ensure that you include the correct name, TRN and NIS number of each employee. Submit your NHT annual returns now. The time by the NHT is
12:45.
Me hear say, Miss Lady fire you for taking 2 cup of sugar. You shoulda know say, being our help and I mean helping yourself to our things.
True, but Lax, she never fi call police for me. You should never did trouble her sugar. Yes, still she have a nerve. And she a mess with her GPS meter, so it not show all electricity where she a use. Eh?
Meters are the property of JPS, and it is against the law to tamper with your JPS meter. Persons who do so will be prosecuted and could be fined up to $1 million for trespassing on the works of JPS.
You're listening to Perkins Online, the Thinking Person's Talk Show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line, courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, winners of the prestigious Jamaica Milestone Award on 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, thank you very much. Back here online. Hello?
Good afternoon, Mr. P.
Hi, how are you?
Not too bad. And
You passed over the bridge yet?
yes, I went out there.
Oh?
But I'm going to tell you something. I hear Mr. Peralta telling you about another bridge out at Enfield.
Yes.
I mentioned that to you.
Yes.
There's another comical side to it. There's a big pot that is operating. You know the big cauldron them?
Yes.
One of them is operating in Portland, but it has come over to a place called Juniper now.
Uh-huh.
A man called me to tell me that it's at Juniper all-age school.
Uh-huh.
And a lot of cooking is going on there, so you don't stand a chance of getting any of the curry goat. None of the big beef goat. You're not into that. You're out of it.
I'll follow you.
Now, our problem now that I want to know, and I'd like Mr. Golden to find out and blow the whistle as quick as possible.
Yeah.
Because they sold us out. They sold out the JPS to Mirant. And Mirant has taken us to the cleaners.
Mm-hmm.
There's a young man, the same week his father died out at Old Harbor. His mother died the week before. I did the remembrance at the funeral.
Uh-huh.
And his father promised him some money to put towards the mother's funeral. And his father died in the hole at Old Harbor. You remember those 3 people that died?
Yes.
That young man
Oh, gosh.
was working at the Richmond garage. They've moved the garage now to the Richmond
Yes.
Public Works place.
Uh-huh.
Nothing has been heard. They haven't settled up. And to make matters worse, yesterday,
There was
somebody
another
died
case.
at Lady Musgrave Avenue.
Yes, a young man died.
And a lady missed it by the skin of her teeth.
Yes, absolutely.
When you allow these people, and I'm not sympathizing with the world-class finance minister, not sympathizing because he come like he knew what was going on when he never know. He never knew what Mirant was selling us out to Marabina. What I want to know is when Marabina is deciding to sell us, the customers, out. Because there's a certain amount of hanky-panky being carried on.
Well, you know, sir, I hear some persons suggesting that the government ought to revise the terms with Marabina.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
The terms, the same terms that were Mirant had, that enabled them to sort of, make so much money so rapidly off us that they could get rid of their bankruptcy problem.
Yeah, of course.
That the government should change the contract. But I really don't see how the government is going to be able to change the contract after the transaction is completed.
I am wondering when they are going to turn the people into cash, including myself.
Yes.
When they're going to Marabina, take this body of people here.
Mm-hmm.
You understand? And who's going to get reparation for selling us out? You understand? It's a serious business. And then Mr. Omar Davis come on and say some rules, securities, what in America, and it affects us.
Yes.
How that affects us?
Well, I don't know, but obviously the American law
yes
is a shackle.
is a shackle.
Yes.
No.
Jamaican law is not a shackle.
Jamaican law is not a shackle.
Yes.
The roads, and while we're at it, the roads out there that it is said that it's going to put us into bankruptcy, the amount of money we are going to owe for the roads.
Yeah.
You understand? What is the true position with that? And by the way, I have not seen Rang Jungle for a while. What's wrong? What's up to Rang Jungle? Where is he?
I don't know.
He's in the garden hiding. He's missing in action.
I don't know.
Couldn't they get a buyer to sell out the National Solid Waste to? Because that has cost us a lot of money. Whole hell of an amount of money that has cost us.
Yes.
And another thing, now Mr. Paulwell, he did something there, and we got some money from the Intech Fund. And over 800 million was given to Mr. Pereira.
Yes.
And he rode off with it like a knight in shining armor.
Mm-hmm.
And then we got nothing for it. We got the cash. And after we got the cash, it was disbursed. We have another one that there is some money in now, and I want to know when that is going to disappear, the Universal Access Fund.
Yes.
When that is going to disappear. I sincerely hope today Mr. Golden will be able to tell us or ask questions and make we understand what is going on in this country.
Well, I look forward to hearing him, sir.
The wickedest slip we get those with Mirant. Mirant come in, full of bag, sell it to Marabina, and make a profit of 800.
No, man, it's more than that.
It's more than that?
Yes. They bought the place for the company.
Yes.
For something like 200 million US.
Yes.
They're now selling it for 800 million. Right?
Yes, but we have...
But hold on. In addition to that,
yes, sir,
there is a debt of over 300 million.
Yes, sir.
That is being sold along with the company.
Yes. Well, something gotta give here, because what they're doing to the little people is backing up, and they gotta deposit some more money.
Yes, well.
They got to deposit some more money in the contract with. What Marabina is going to do to us? I don't know.
Well, I don't know.
The union seems to be off sorts, so them happy. Are they happy with the agreement? But they never see the agreement.
Well, I don't know.
The Minister of Finance never see the agreement.
No.
He come in the last minute, and then he hears something about it. What is really going on, Mr. P? You have some circus. What's happened to this little country now?
Look here, sir. The government has very little, if anything, in the way of options, you know.
We have too much clowns in this country.
We have put ourselves into a situation.
Yes.
Or been put by our government into a situation.
Yes.
In which it has no choices. It can only do, try and hustle and grab what it can grab and...
I can well understand that, because I listened to a lady making some speech in the KPH yesterday.
Yes.
And it burned me to the guts when I hear she said to workers, don't run with the people then when they come, when poor people do. Do what? What kind of language that is about do?
Oh, well.
You're paid there to do something, and people coming on the bending knees begging you and bawling out, do.
Incidentally, I gather the nurses have issued an ultimatum.
They have. And this woman, Edith Harwood Anderson, is a courageous woman. She ought to be commended.
Well.
You understand? Because she stand up for the right and stand up with dignity. I agree with everything. Why we can't get it right? I was listening to the Beebs last week, and Einstein says, somebody quoting Einstein, he says if you do something and it's wrong, all things being equal and you continue doing it again, it won't change. It will not change.
Yes.
We have put this government for 4 terms, and they're asking for a 5th term to go the same route again.
No, they're not asking for a 5th term, sir.
Oh, what they're doing?
They're telling you that God has determined that they get a 5th term.
Oh, God has determined. Let me give you a true story.
You know that that's what the prophets are saying.
That's what the prophets me to say?
Yes.
I disregard those prophets, you know.
Well.
I just ignore them completely. I don't mention and give them any figure of importance.
You think that they are like Jezebel's prophets?
They are, undoubtedly. Undoubtedly. Look, you know, I remember a winter in England, and my friend reported something wrong with his gas and his light in the house. And the board sent some workmen down, and the workmen come and dig a trench in front of his house. And leave a lamp there, leave a red lamp there. And he said to me, let us go up to the Midland Electricity Board. I never knew what he was about, so I followed him. And he went in there and he gave them ultimatum. He says, now look, I am giving you 24 hours. If you don't come and move this red lamp and fix this trench in front of my house, I'm going to remove it, and when people cars drop down in it, all the expenses will come on you. I said, no, you can't do that. Him say, I can't do it. You see. And he turned out, and I chip behind him, because he'd been in England before me, you know.
Yes.
Came down to the house. He didn't do anything. He never removed it. But within 12 hours, the Midland Electricity Board come and fix it.
Yes.
And he got gas and light in his house. He says they cannot reduce me. They cannot throttle me. They can't choke me without putting their hands around my throat. That is what they are doing to me. And if it was somebody else, they would have it fixed. He went up to the Midland Electricity Board and gave them an ultimatum. 24 hours or else and move the lamp. And when people cars dropping it, they sue the MEB. And we have a different modus operandi here.
Oh, yes.
We have a different thing entirely.
Yes. People have no rights in this country, sir.
You have no rights.
Right? And you remember what Mr. David Corr said?
Yes.
To give the people justiciable rights would derogate from the sovereignty of Parliament.
No, it makes my blood boil when I hear
So it isn't the people of Jamaica that were becoming independent.
Yes.
It was the Parliament of Jamaica.
Yes.
Yes.
And we're at a crossroad now where I hear some people jumping up on top of the wall. Reparation. Reparation for slavery. A man last week traced his ancestry to Jamaica and then to Nigeria. Let me suggest to some of them, get everybody named and get a ship and go down to the Delta Niger area in Nigeria, Port Harcourt, and tell them, say, you come for your share of the oil down there. We're entitled to some of the oil because those lads sold us out.
Yes.
and see what we get. We get a bag of beaten.
Yes, I'm sure.
And you hear a man say, everything is going successfully. we going according to plan.
Yes,
it's a little bit messy, but we'll have to live with it. We are in trouble in this little country.
Deep trouble, sir.
And people stop up in the cooler times in America and all and talk foolishness. I lived in Far Rockaway, Queens for 3 years. And I take $50. And $50 for the whole week supported me. $50. You buy a bag of olives of rice for $1.25. You buy a 2 dozen can of Pepsi Cola for 95 cents. And you buy a chicken and you can buy 10 pounds of bluefish. You buy a gallon of Mazola oil. And if you don't want Mazola oil, you can buy Bertolli Italian olive oil. You can buy a big bag of onions that when you peel them, water come from your eyes. Black pepper, any condiment you want. And the whole thing don't come to $35. And you have to take...
Where was this?
Far Rockaway in Queens, New York.
Oh, yes.
And you have to take a taxi to carry home the bag of food.
Yes. How long ago was this?
This was about 90, 91, 92. You understand? 91, 92, 93, that's all here.
Yes.
And the $50 supported me for the whole week.
Yes, indeed.
You understand? So when they see up in the cooler time and talk rubbish to you, tell them come down and live with these.
All right. All right, sir. Thank you very much. All the best to you.
You're listening to Power 106 FM. The time is now
1 o'clock.
As part of ongoing efforts to improve service to their customers, the Jamaica Public Service Company, the JPS, will need to suspend electricity supply in order to carry out maintenance work on Sunday, April 29, between 9 a.m. and 4 p.m. in the following areas of St. Mary: Albany, Esher, Haywood Hall, Islington, Lebanon, Martins, and Whitehall. JPS apologizes for the inconvenience caused by this outage. Every effort will be made to restore supply as soon as possible. For customer service information, please call 1-888-CALL-JPS. That's 1-888-225-5577.
Montego Bay, the grand Crichton Brothers yard sale will be Friday to Sunday, April 27th to 29. Come down to Crichton Brothers, Bevan Avenue, for deals and more deals on home, hardware, and building supplies. Crichton Brothers, your building and home center. Our customers are number one.
You're listening to Perkins Online, the Thinking Person's Talk Show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line, courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, winners of the prestigious Jamaica Milestone Award, on 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, thank you very much. Back online. Hello? Hello.
Hello, good afternoon.
Good afternoon to you, sir.
Yes, Mr. Perkins. I wanted to point out something to you here. I'm quoting something from the Daily Observer, dated Wednesday, April 11th. And it is on page 20, where a former mayor was sentenced for squandering taxes.
Yes.
Now, this mayor was a very popular man in the Danish town, right? A Faroe, right? And he spent some money freely during the years 1985 to 2002.
Yes.
And he was found guilty.
1985?
Yes, to 2002. And he was found guilty of breach of trust.
Yes.
Right, and in addition to his free spending, he was also found to have signed, right, and vast loans for the municipality without having sought the approval of the council.
Yes.
Right? And this man, Peter Brickstop, he got 2-year sentence for that. Right?
What's his name?
And why I'm just saying this, Mr. Perkins, is that we have so much cost overruns here, right? So much things that is happening here that our government is squandering money and costing us, the taxpayers, so much money.
Yes.
And do nothing about it.
Yes.
Right? And we can't have this going on.
Hold on, you know, sir. When the Constitution of Jamaica was being written, it wasn't being written in the interest of the people of Jamaica, you know.
Yeah.
But in the interest of those who were going to exercise power. Right?
Yes.
That's what Norman Manley and the rest of them were concerned with.
So in other words...
So the people of Jamaica don't really have any rights, you know.
Yes, that's what I noticed, Mr. Perkins, because when the government do all these sort of things, right, when the finance minister just go and spend, lift the loan ceiling with his colleagues because of the majority they have in parliament and stuff like that, right, when they do all these things and spend without having any regard for the people, the poor people, which Sister P states that she is there for the poor. Now, I am wondering if she's there to rip the poor off.
Look here. If Sister P is there for the poor, why doesn't she do something for the poor who are suffering in the way that they're... I mean, look at all the brutalities that are being heaped upon them.
Yes.
Right? Why has she not done something about it?
That's the same thing I'm wondering.
Look at all the beatings and things that they're getting. And people being held by the police for questioning and all this kind of thing.
And people are being abused and beaten by the police.
Absolutely.
Mr. Perkins, I was in London, right? And I see policemen come into our store, right? And they want to take someone out to arrest them. And we were able to question them and ask them what is, on the arrest for and stuff like that. And you drive on the road here and you ask policemen when they stop you, what is the reason they stop you? And they start to tell you all sort of expletives without any regard for people. And they behave in any manner as if that they have the sole right and power to do just about whatever they want to do.
Yes.
And this is being allowed by our government to be done.
Yes, of course.
Of course. I can't see through these things. I see man like our Home Office Secretary, David Blunkett, make some blunders and he has to resign.
Yes.
Right? I see people like Lord Archer. They went to prison. Right? For doing things that is nowhere near what these people are doing here.
Yes.
Right? And they were taken out and arrested and sent to prison. Jonathan Aiken, all those men, right, was sent to prison. And these people are doing all these things and we sit back and we as a people of Jamaica, right, do nothing about it. They put on 5p and gas. And the people demonstrate in London. In England, they demonstrate and they have to roll back that 5p. They put on 5p and bread. And nobody buy the bread. And they have to take the 5p off. And these people just, every day they raise everything. Now, oil and gas, everything goes up. In everywhere else in the world. Why can't the government cushion it in some way?
Well, I don't know. They haven't got the money.
Well.
The Jamaican economy is in a mess, so.
Oh, they only have the money to put in their pocket.
Well.
Because if they don't have the money, why are they driving SUVs and BMWs?
Well, at public expense too.
And having so much a large, right, expense behind it.
Yes.
Vast expense behind it.
Public,
because
and the expense is public.
Allowance, laundry allowance, all sorts of allowance that is going on behind that.
And insurance policies to cover their health risks. And if they have a health problem, they don't have to go to Kingston Public Hospital and have cockroaches crawling all over them.
They can be flown out.
They're flown out to New York.
Yes, they can be flown out. So apparently what they're doing is just using us to finance their lifestyle.
So it would seem.
Because that's all I can drop up. I can't drop anything else. You compare this with any other country in the world, right? Every country in the world has their ills. Every country has their little problem, right? But nothing in comparison to Jamaica. I heard you on your program many times, Mr. Perkins, talk about Singapore and the way in which they are developing their country. And
not are developing, sir, have developed.
Yes, they have developed their country. And if they have taken a leaf from our book and developed their country, it means that we are reading the book the wrong way. Or in other words, we are going in the wrong direction.
Yes, you know what the difference between Singapore and Jamaica? They had Lee Kuan Yew. We had Michael Manley.
And we had Omar Davis run with it.
And P.J. Patterson and all the rest of them that followed.
I am looking at this again, Mr. Perkins. One last point. I look at where I was watching the news one night, and I see where K.D. Knight, who is supposed to be a government official and an attorney at law, right, telling other members and his colleagues and in the PAC that they must learn this. They can't get PJ inside here.
Yes.
Right? Now, Tony Blair was questioned by two constables.
Yes.
Right? And he's telling the PAC that they cannot get him inside here. Look at what happened in the United States with this Supreme Court man.
Yes.
Right? Gonzalez. He has to answer to the Congress.
Yes.
He didn't want to answer to them. But they say, well, if they have to take a subpoena to get him there, they will get him there.
Yes, well, those countries are different from ours, so. Ours is still wedded to slavery.
And I ask them to look into the situation and wonder if this is what they want.
Yes.
Because we have no opportunities here. And our dreams are being shattered by the very people that we should be looking up to.
Quite true.
And I think I am asking and I am begging them to look into themselves and think clearly on what they are doing, because this needs justification and we have no justice, and the only way we can justify in this is by doing the things that we are supposed to do, think of ourselves and the nation if we want it to develop or we want it to continue on the path, because 18 years of this, we cannot continue this way.
It's a long time.
Thank you.
Anyway, I would argue, sir, that it's for the people of Jamaica to decide. But some people are prepared to say that God has already decided. Right?
Mr. Perkins.
There is nothing for the people to decide.
Mr. Perkins.
God has decided.
A lot of people need to think and look on the history of the Bible and days gone by. And the history and Bible history and days gone by and how it has been written in the Bible stating how God works towards the nation and people.
Yes.
And then they do a careful analysis of it and then come back and talk about it. These people need to check what they're saying first before they come out and say things.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr.
All the best to you. Hello.
Hello?
Yes, good afternoon.
Yes, Mr. Perkins.
Yes, sir.
I'm the caller that you were speaking to before the 12 o'clock news.
I beg your pardon?
I was the caller you were speaking to before the 12 o'clock.
Oh, yes.
Yes,
You were the man, you were taken into custody by the police in Montego Bay.
Yes, sir. Yeah, well, I'm just saying still, if the police...
Speak directly into the phone.
I didn't hear that.
Speak directly into your phone.
Yes, I'm just saying, Mr. Perkins,
yes.
If the police force needs people to help them to fight crime, they can't go around treating people like this.
Yes.
And expect them to help them to fight crime.
Yes, quite true.
Because them dealing people subhuman, like they are not human beings.
Yes.
And them to understand, sir, when them doing certain operations, Mr. Perkins, them to know, sir, the people are bear with them.
Yes.
Because it's a situation where we were bearing with them and them treat us.
Remind me of something. How long did they keep you in custody?
Basically, I think about 6 hours.
6 hours?
Yes.
That is before anybody came to...
It was 4 hours before anybody came to process us.
And after the person came?
Yes.
Another 2 hours?
Yes.
And then you were released?
Yes.
Well, I tell you, you weren't assaulted or anything apart from, you said one policeman boxed you in the face.
I was boxed by 2 police officers.
Eh? 2 of them boxed you?
Yes, and in the morning, this police officer asked us to take up paper because, this police officer asked us to take up paper in the morning, and I refused to take it up, and he took up one big piece of 2 before him go hit me with it. It was an inspector to come in and tell him him can't.
A piece of what? 2 before?
Yeah, one big 2 before.
Oh, hell.
I appalled Mr. Perkins. I didn't know that this is the way the police force treat people.
Well, you could have broken your bones.
Yeah, innocent people. You can't go around treating people like that, Mr. Perkins. And you expect help from the people. They can't go around working like that, Mr. Perkins.
But but at a time when Sister P has been sent by God, and has promised to do something about the abuses of human rights in the country. More than a year ago, she promised that.
Mr. Perkins, I have the privilege to travel abroad, Mr. Perkins.
To do what?
To travel. I'm not nowhere in the world where people are treated in this way, Mr. Perkins.
Well, I'm sure there are, but You haven't seen them?
Yeah, well, I haven't seen them. I know that it's not in the civilized world, though.
Yes, yes.
Nowhere in the civilized world people are treated like this.
Well, have you consulted a lawyer?
Mr. Perkins, I'm about to do that, Mr. Perkins.
Yes.
But I know, sir, nothing really come out of them thing here.
No, well, you see, there was a case in the report in the papers this morning where a man got, over $1 million. Okay?
Okay.
So pursue it.
I will,
right?
Mr. Perkins.
Good. All the best to you.
Quality, affordable gypsum board, green board, Duroc board, steel stud, and more. Value for your money. Available at All Island Gypsum Distributors Limited. The time for the #1 construction supply store, All Island Gypsum Distributors Limited, 960-7381 is
116.
Who will be crowned Miss Jamaica Festival Queen 2007? 13 parishes will choose their cultural ambassador at the National Festival Queen Coronation shows island-wide. On Saturday, April 28th, Manchester, Cecil Charlton Hall, Portland, Bound Brook Wharf, and St. Mary Golden Seas Hotel. All shows start at 8 p.m. The JCDC Festival Queen Coronation shows are brought to you by Digicel, the official mobile network of Festival 2K7, MoneyGram, the Jamaica Observer, Power 106 FM, Crystar Villas, MacD's Auto, and Soft Sheen Carson. See the Observer for details.
I remember when I was a printer like you, a old foot used to tell me about Carib cement and how it's the only cement you must use. You know what? You must write.
True word, Mason. But now we have Carib Cement Plus, and that's at the lake.
What you know about Carib Cement Plus, my youth?
Well, first of all, it's fresh, and it's easy to work with, and you can count on the strength. And plus me more durability, more buildability, if you know what I mean.
Sure, printer, you know easy. You just a true word about Carib Cement Plus.
Carib Cement Plus, a commitment to more than just cement.
You're listening to Perkins Online, the Thinking Person's Talk Show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line, courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, winners of the prestigious Jamaica Milestone Award on 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, thank you very much. We're back here online, and we're going to read some email.
Mr. Perkins?
Speak up a little louder.
Mr. Perkins, I heard on your show, says this mail.
You what?
I heard on your show, dear Mr. Perkins, I heard on your show a man saying how Jamaica is a rip-off place.
Huh.
And lawlessness is a huge problem. I will agree, but when he was going to say how great the Bahamas is, I will say, Mr. Perkins, that has not been my experience. I live in Miami. It is only a cost of $49 US for me to go to Bahamas. But let me tell you, whenever a Jamaican with a Jamaican passport show up, they are treated less than a dog. It is much more expensive to come to Jamaica, and although I am a naturalized American, I prefer to go to Bahamas.
To Bahamas?
Yes.
He prefers to go to the Bahamas?
Yes, I am preferred to, because it is more expensive to come to Jamaica.
Oh, I see.
I will agree, but it's never been a problem.
Jamaicans were treated
at any of the 60 hotels I've stayed in. 60 hotels he has stayed in.
Oh.
Apparently, your fellow caller, my fellow caller, I think he means it's very badly typed, had a very bad experience, but I will never turn my back on my idol, although I know it has its problems.
That's more sentiment than that. Anyway,
Mr. Perkins, I'm very concerned about the use of the term Jezebel ending up as being counterproductive. Instead of commenting on the substantive issues at hand, it allows the discussions on your program to be diverted to this rather silly non-issue. Somehow the JLP ends up playing right into the hands of the government on this one. By the way, who Jezebel was in fact is really not the issue here. In the popular culture, and not just Jamaica, Jezebel is a wicked woman. Just as Uncle Tom in the U.S. is a traitor, notwithstanding the fact that the name comes from a character who was not. If someone calls you Uncle Tom, it is going to be interpreted as an insult by the Afro-American public, just as Jezebel is an insult in Jamaica.
Well, but the issue is whether the description of as a Jezebel is appropriate in the sense that Jezebel was a person who had a lot of prophets that were going out prophesying and seeking to align the people with their prophecies. Is the present Prime Minister of Jamaica a person who has prophets that are seeking to align people in accordance with their prophecies for political effect? Isn't that what is happening? And if that is what the reference was made to, is it a fair reference? We have prophets who are saying that Sister P, that the Prime Minister has been chosen by God to be Prime Minister, and that it isn't a matter for the people to decide. God has already decided. Right? Now, do you believe that? And if that is not true, and I see no reason for believing that it is, isn't that an attempt to exploit the Jamaican people and to get hold of power by a trick? Yes, go ahead. I mean, what are we asking? What are they asking? That the Jamaica people abandon their brains? Abandon serious thought about the political, what is going on in our politics, and about the process of making political choices? Have the political choices been taken out of the hands of the Jamaican people? Is that what we are saying? We no longer have a democracy where the people decide. It is God that decided. Whatever it is that they are calling God. Which is something of the order that Jezebel tried to do with the Israelis. Go ahead.
Mr. Perkins, I hope when the leader of the opposition, Mr. Golding, speaks in the budget debate this afternoon, that he will enlighten the nation on the emissary in relation to the return of the Traffic Guru donation. We understand that somehow the name Intermetal International, or vice versa, International Intermetal, is somehow involved. I am keeping my radio tuned and my TV to hear how this involvement came about. I hope Mr. Goulding will oblige me.
Well, I'm sure that he could have a lot of interesting things to say.
Mr. Perkins, help. The staff of the Sir John Goulding Rehabilitation Centre have been plagued by gunmen. Our cries for help have been falling on deaf ears. We are going to let our voices echo across the world now. We need help. How can you help us, please? From a concerned nurse.
Well, I tell you something. I'd love to speak to somebody there about what has happened. Okay? And I tell you something. I gather that there have been gun raids by gunmen on another hospital quite close to where we are here. This is a private hospital.
Medical Associates.
Medical Associates, yes. Their lab was raided by gunmen. The country is falling apart. Centre cannot hold. Mere anarchy is loosed upon the land.
This was some time ago, though, not recently.
Eh?
Not recently.
Recently, yes.
Oh? Here's another. Dear Mr. Perkins, why does the government take so long to send our pension books? And why are we not given an increase every year as they do for themselves? Cost of living is increasing, and we poor pensioners are suffering. Prime Minister, please do not use our INS for other purposes. We are suffering. We have contributed NIS for years.
Yes, well, your NIS is now being used for other purposes.
Mr. Perkins.
Primarily well, I don't know, the winning of the election, but I thought they said God had decided it already.
Marty, if I was a political party.
If I were a political party?
If I was a political party, I'm reading what it says. In this political climate, and I wanted to commit massive cheating on election day, what better way to prepare our people to accept the result than this thing about God wanting certain people to win?
It is not a matter of God wanting certain. God has already decided who's going to win in terms of the prime ministership.
Mutty, I wonder what steps are being taken to ensure complete accuracy at the polling booths, on the computers, and at the counting process.
Well,
Mr. Perkins, be very careful that this is not part of a campaign and a plan to cheat.
That's it? No?
Good day, Mr. Perkins. Oh, is it the time signal?
No. Is it? Time for a break? Yes. We take the break, we come back.
Reach your financial goals with a COK fixed deposit account. Get your savings on track. Conditions apply. COK for life. COK. Invest in your future today. And the time by COK is
1:30.
Did you know that worn shock absorbers could cause accidents? Replace them now with quality units from Universal Shocks Limited, 58 Red Hills Road. Telephone 925-1000. Universal Shocks Limited, your shock and strut specialists, where everyone gets a discount. You're listening to Perkins Online, the Thinking Person's Talk Show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line, courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, winners of the prestigious Jamaica Milestone Award on 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-LINK-106. 1-866-5465-106. You can also log on and listen to Perkins online live on the World Wide Web free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, thank you very much. We're back here.
Mr. Perkins, have you ever heard of the Professional Engineering Registration Board of Jamaica?
No.
PERB. Professional Engineering Registration Board of Jamaica. PERB grants licenses to engineers to practice in Jamaica. Some of the responsibilities of this organization are to A, promote and ensure the maintenance of acceptable standards of professional conduct by persons registered as engineers under PERA. I suppose professional engineers. B, prescribe the procedure to be followed in instituting disciplinary proceedings against engineers in relation to professional conduct. We have not heard from the board on the bridges that have collapsed, have we, Mr. Perkins? Nor have we heard from the board on other engineering disasters in Jamaica, such as the accidents at the Spanish hotels. Do you know of some way in which that organization can be galvanized to make its presence felt?
Well, I don't know.
With regard to public safety, Mr.
I just wonder whether these fall within the province of such a body. I imagine that such a body exists to consider the qualifications of a particular persons wishing to practice as engineers in Jamaica, but
rather than the work,
rather than to examine the work that they have done, and I don't think that would be their function.
Mr. Perkins, as far as I'm concerned, this government is like a perfect addict. They will sell everything and invest in foolishness. So don't look to them to make any changes. Thanks, and keep up the good work.
Thank you.
Mr. Gosh, I'm telling you. Good day, Mr. Perkins. I listened to the news and I heard what is happening almost every other night in places like Arnett Garden and Jungle and Rima. And I don't see any police and soldier doing anything down there. Mr. Perkins, up until this moment, the most honorable Holy Prime Minister, who is sent by God, has not said one thing about that so-called shootout in Western Kingston recently, where 2 men lost their lives, and also the shooting that has been going on since the death of Willie Haggart in Arnett Gardens. I don't see anything in the papers about the gas bomb that was thrown at a certain person's house in Arnett Gardens either. Where is the most honorable Prime Minister? Can't her prophet say something on her behalf? Mr. Perkins, if more of our people were wary of the police force, whom they expect to serve, protect, and reassure them, then they wouldn't have to suffer injustice so frequently. I heard that JUTC driver speaking to you when he described the suffering he got at the hands of members of the JCF. They tried the same thing with me in 2001. If I was not advised to engage a lawyer by my immediate supervisor at work, I would have been in the same position as that driver. Mr. Perkins, there is no justice in the traffic court in Jamaica. At least not for the 6 times I had to attend in relation to this case. I am convinced the purpose of that kangaroo court is to collect revenue.
Is to do what?
Just to collect revenue.
Oh, Lord. It's very sad that anybody in Jamaica should think that about the Jamaican court. Very sad.
And finally, Mr. Perkins, in respect of Mrs. Joan Gordon Webley's remarks about Jezebel, the Bible tells us about the deception of kisses. Absalom, the son of David, quote, stole the hearts of the men of Israel, quote, by pretending to be concerned about their welfare and greeting them with a kiss. 2 Samuel 15, verses 1 to 6. Mr. P. Proverbs 20:11 says, even a child is known by his doings, whether his work is pure and whether it be right. What has Mrs. Sims-Miller done since taking office to help the poor of this country? Number 2, do you think Mr. Azan breached protocol in effecting those road repairs in his constituency? Number 3.
If the stories that we're hearing about that are true, then it would seem to me that he most certainly would have done.
3. Police abuse, etc. The police beating of citizens and the police's recent shooting, stroke, the killing in Tivoli in the wake of police officers saying that the police saw and allowed over 30 armed men to go back to Tivoli, having aborted an attack on another community. Mr. Perkins, you have to take that with about a gallon of water.
Oh, yes. Well.
And finally, really, very finally, Mutty, you know the reason I believe God wants Portia to lead this country? It is because God see how wicked Jamaicans have become. With all the crimes, so God sent Portia to punish us. Under her leadership, life will become so bad for the people that they will have to look to God to save them. It is then and only then that deliverance will come.
I don't think God is doing any such thing. Okay, thank you very much. All the best to you. Hello? Hello?
Very much.
Hello? Yes?
Hello?
Yes, good afternoon.
Hello?
Yes?
Hello? Yes, Mr. Perkins.
Yes, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
Uh-huh.
I am a long-time listener, but first-time caller.
Yes?
I think you're a bit harsh and unkind to Mrs. Simpson.
Okay.
Because if you love your dog, would you want him to be changed to become a cat?
If I love my dog,
right,
would I want my dog to be changed to become a cat?
Right.
No. If I want a cat, I get a cat.
So Mrs. Simpson says she loves the poor.
Yes.
So what, you want her to change the situation that where she don't have any poor? She wants to keep them. She loves them.
Eh? She loves them.
Right. So she's doing everything to keep them poor.
I see what you mean.
Right. The other thing, Mr. Perkins.
Certainly not doing anything effective to make them less poor.
No, because she
But then on the other hand, she's been in government she's been Prime Minister only for a little more than a year now. I wouldn't expect her to have been able to do a great deal to transform the economy of this country. But one might, of course, have expected her to start doing something, to put in place some kind of program, you know. And we haven't seen that, or even to outline where she was going, to indicate where she was going.
That's exactly what I'm saying. I would like to see some indication.
Mm-hmm.
I don't expect her to do it overnight, but a year is enough to start showing that, listen, I'm turning the wheel in the other direction.
Yes. But you see, the thing is this. Mr. Patterson told us that the PNP, she was its only hope for the fifth term, which must mean that the party could not campaign on the basis of its performance over the last 18 years.
Yes.
It couldn't say, look at what we have done. Right? Don't you think that it is in your interest to put us back, give us another term?
So that we can continue.
Yes, the party can't say that. Right? Because it has no achievements worth mentioning.
Yes.
So she was its only hope. Now, she has been around as Prime Minister for a year, and she hasn't performed in any impressive way as Prime Minister. What? Why?
I said, yeah.
Yes. So now, the profits have come. to be the only hope in her place.
Yes, that's Delphine.
Yes.
No.
Well, she is no longer. I mean, her attractiveness as a leader has diminished quite considerably over the past year.
Yes.
Right? So they're now producing another hope, another basis of hope, that people will say, all right, boy, if God decides that she is to be the Prime Minister, well, let's leave it at that. God has decided. Right? So the Labour Party people won't bother to vote. And the PNP people will come out and do what they say God wants them to do. And the PNP will be back in office for another 5 years.
Yeah, and you have to see with her a bit though, you know, Mr. Perkins.
Right.
Because she confessed then that she is a believer in God. She knows that God is someone who don't go around and fool people. Now, she obviously would respect the office of the prophet and the office of the leader, the man of God. Now, if the man of God tell her that God has told him that God has chosen her, you don't expect her to believe.
So hold on a little bit. What would she understand by that? That God is abolishing democracy in Jamaica?
And I guess
that God has deprived the Jamaican people of the right to choose for themselves.
I don't know if she's religious enough to know that God wouldn't do that.
What?
I don't know if she's religious enough to know that God wouldn't do that.
Well, I don't know. I mean, is the God that she worships capable of doing such a thing?
But the prophet told her that God said she was sent and she's to be leading this.
But the prophets told me that too. I don't believe it.
Yeah, but it's not in your interest. It's not in your interest.
So she what are you saying?
It is in her interest.
That she's believing it because it is in her interest.
Apparently.
Right?
Apparently, Mr.
She's believing it because, she thinks it is true. She's believing it or pretending to believe it.
Yeah.
Is that what you're saying? Because it is a good story to go to the Jamaican people with.
And because it was said by a prophet. And because it was said by a man assumed to be a prophet.
Well, isn't that what Jezebel did?
Well, I don't want to get into that right now.
Hold on a moment for me.
Ocherius and surrounding areas. For Decra roofing tiles, top quality clay tiles and more, call Quality Dealers Roofing Limited, 3 Milford Road, Ocherius, telephone 974-6424. Quality Dealers Roofing, serving you since 1972. The time by Quality Dealers Roofing is
1:45.
Montego Bay, the Grand Crichton Brothers Yard Sale will be Friday to Sunday, April 27th to 29. Come down to Crichton Brothers, Bevan Avenue for deals and more deals on home, hardware, and building supplies. Crichton Brothers, your building and home center. Our customers are number one.
You're listening to Perkins Online, the Thinking Person's Talk Show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line, courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, winners of the prestigious Jamaica Milestone Award on 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Thank you very much. We're back here online. Hello? Hello? What's happening? Oh, hello?
Hey, Brother P.
Yes.
How are you this evening?
Not too bad. How are you?
Well, I'm still here.
You're still here?
Sucking salt over in spoon.
Wooden spoon?
Yes.
Wooden spoon?
Yeah, man. Because I can't hear nothing about my children, all I know.
The children?
Yes.
Which children?
I tell you about already where a policeman don't do any park to man. Check for my children. 2 years, no, going 3 years.
He did what to your children?
Take them where man, give the mother and mother run with them.
I see.
And mother dead out there. I think I tell you already. Mother dead out there.
Yes.
And from mother dead, the other side of family, them now hide them out. And I can't go through. And so, one thing, when I look on it, no. You see, if you have a bag of Irish, a bag of Irish, and one in there, bad, and you're going to smell and say, but I will have the Irish, then no, you don't know, the Irish and spoil. I know you are spoil, you know.
One bad?
One bad in there. So, I hear that Mother P say, it's God send him. I'm not saying it like God send him. Send her. But when you are going to believe now, you see the police force, man?
Yes.
Every talk show or news, you hear the police. Not someone.
Hold on, sir. Hold on a little bit. Hold on a little bit.
Yeah.
God didn't send Sister P nowhere. Right? God has given to us, as human beings, the right to choose for ourselves.
Yeah.
Right?
Good. But...
And I have no reason for thinking that God has decided to take it away from us.
No.
Right? So the right of Jamaican people to choose their leaders,
choose for yourself,
which is the foundation of democracy.
Okay.
Right?
Yeah.
There is no reason whatever to think that God is anti-democratic.
Sure.
Right? Or prejudiced against the Jamaican people and has decided that the Jamaican people are not to have the right to make their own choices.
Because what I would like to
right?
What I would like to
yes.
And when I would like believe that is God's hand. When she moved all of those farmer law with those bad police because, you know, man, police are nice people, you know. We have some nice friends, man, and all are no friends still. We know some nice police, you know, sir.
Yes.
So I want to who recruit these last set of police, why they're behaving so, because just a minority.
Well, I don't know if that is the problem, sir, but
just a minority.
look here. What is going on in the police force, right?
Yes, sir.
Is no different from what is going on across Jamaica, you know, sir.
No, but
right? But we have some serious problems in Jamaica, some serious cultural problems to begin with, right?
Yes.
And the policeman, the man who is serving in the police force and wearing striped pants and whatever, right?
Yes, sir.
He's a Jamaican, you know. He was born and brought up in this country. He has absorbed the culture of Jamaica.
Definitely.
Right?
Yeah.
And we're not really helping to make it easier for him to abandon that culture.
Yes.
And be part of a new order, you know?
Yes, but when you see, all right, even police, at times the police shoot a man, you know.
Yeah.
If the police don't shoot that man, that man will shoot him, you know.
Well, that depends.
It's in duty him depend.
Hold on.
They want to really
hold on, sir. That depends upon whether the police shot the man in a shootout.
Yeah.
Right?
Because if him do, because one time, you know, the gun is the last resort for the police.
Yes.
But no, I wouldn't say the last resort. But I'm saying, you just catch a man so, and you just do him a cruel thing, lock him down and suffer him, because right now I suffered a breaking and I never do nobody nothing and I think like that. And there's
why did the policeman take away your children?
Because he is some friendlyship with the mother, sir. And just fighting me because I go there and when I get the paper from the judge free, go look for I go there and them say them can't go and I will never see my children and all the rest of it. Yes, but it's not every police is like that because there's other police especially out of centers, man. Shot with me all about.
Oh, yes?
And yeah, man, oh my God. Best police right now, a Clermont police, man. Especially the first one because, you know, them change them up still. But I can recommend them, man. Even the superintendent, Central Bay, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, man, they are nice people, man, and where it is concerned. So, when a man say police, it sounds bad, man, because all of them wear the same uniform and they coming like all of them bad, but not all of them bad, man.
That is true. That's quite true.
You see, you have good police. Even this word that this lady tell Mother Peter, you know, Jezebel, all right. I'm not a politician, you know. Because I want to tell you before I reach it. So. People come right here for you marry me, man, and then turn them off, you know. They may labor right, man, you know. they don't marry me. Good. But that don't bother me, you know. But all right, you see the name Jezebel.
Yes.
The name Jezebel is a rebellious person, man. Yeah, because one time you are your man, because we are boy. You are one, around man say, yeah, the Jezebel who are there, so that the Jezebel mean, man.
No, it mean more than that, sir.
Because, listen, even this young book tell you, say, if it's better for a man to dwell in the corner of a rooftop, more and lie with a brawling woman, you know. So a brawling woman mean Jezebel mean a brawling woman.
You mean a woman that would have say, don't draw me tongue?
Yeah. No.
You think Jezebel might have said that?
You see, where this concern, you know. Where this concern, man, I know that's what Jezebel. And when a woman call a woman Jezebel, I say she call, you know, a woman can't class a man.
Why?
No, man, then all women are the same thing, you know.
No, but Jezebel was a queen, right?
So Jezebel in the Bible, no, sir.
Yes, Jezebel in the Bible.
Good. So, one, you know.
And Jezebel, Jezebel gathered around her a whole lot of prophets as it turned out, false prophets. Right?
Yes.
Who were trying to convert, to make the people, to prophesy to the people of Israel.
You see.
In ways that would make them abandon Jehovah.
Yes.
And adopt the God that she worshipped. Right?
Yes, because even look at this. No one instance. You ever watch the whole of them politicians round the breakfast table?
I've never watched them, no.
They broke out a war. They know Jezebelism, them are going that's what Jezebel mean, man.
Oh, yes?
Them man are real those people, them man. So Jezebel mean. So when you call a man a Jezebel man, he's a revious man, a revious man.
I see.
Yeah, so man can't cross man.
No, I didn't. That's not my understanding of what it means.
Yeah, but you interpret it differently.
Although Jezebel did have that kind of character too.
No, a revious people mean man. When you call a man a Jezebel, I mean to say him revious and him rebellious.
I see.
You know, so she shouldn't spoil her that way. Still, I'm not a politician.
No, but Jezebel also gathered a whole lot of false prophets round her.
Well,
trying to use them to impose her will upon the people of Israel.
People of Israel, yes, I know that. But where it is concerned, she never approve of she where. She never approve of she, and all of them in a one kettle of fish. All of them in the same boat, you know.
Oh, yes?
Yeah, what you mean? All of them in the same boat, man, so therefore she shouldn't class her that, telling her that, man. It doesn't sound good.
I see. All right.
So, them have to change their ways, man.
All right, thank you very much.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Hello. Hello.
Hello?
Yes, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mr. Perkins. Yes, I was talking to you before I get cut off. Anyway. Yes, the other thing that is interesting is that Sister P said that that God has chosen her to lead this nation.
Yes.
And she said in one speech that she's not changing any direction.
She's not changing any direction.
Right. She's going to go on the same route that the Prime Minister...
I don't know whether she put it in those words. I remember hearing her say that she would be
following the same...
The legacy of Mr. Patterson.
Right.
She would, yes.
No, if Mr. Patterson was doing so good that it is worth following, why would God want to change him?
Well, I don't know, sir. I don't know that God wanted any such thing. Right?
But that is the premise upon which we are being told that we should support this government.
Yes. Because there's no other premise upon which to say that, presumably. Right? Mr. Patterson said Sister P was its only hope. That hope has diminished almost to nothing. And so we are asked to believe in the word of the prophet now. That is the only hope.
Mr. Perkins, God is a real tolerant God, you know.
I believe you that. I believe that. Yes.
I'm sure that he's a
with all the power that God has.
Yes, he's
right.
Very tolerant. Very, very
put
tolerant.
Up with a lot of... Yes, I agree with you.
And there's something that I want to challenge you on, Mr. Perkins.
Yes.
There was this man who called on, I think, Monday or Tuesday, and was saying something about Sister P that I didn't think you were handling that very well. You had handled that very well because he was calling her a fool woman. And I think that was disrespectful. And
well, but I didn't endorse it, did I? Didn't I?
You didn't. No,
didn't
you didn't.
I express reservation about it?
I didn't hear much of
I think I did, yes.
Yes, but I was disappointed because Sister Feast is a nice lady.
Very, yes, indeed.
And I don't think she's fool.
I wouldn't have said that.
No, I don't think Sister P is fool at all. So,
she certainly knows what she wants.
Of course. And know how to get it.
And knows how to get it.
Right.
Or how she might go about trying to get it.
Right.
Yes.
So, have a nice day.
All right, sir. Thank you very much. All the best to you. Okay, we take the break now. We'll be back in a few minutes.
You're listening to Power 106 FM. The time is now 2:01.
As part of ongoing efforts to improve service to their customers, the Jamaica Public Service Company will suspend electricity to carry out maintenance work Sunday, April 29, between 8 a.m. and 5 p.m. in the following areas of Kingston: Lyndhurst Road, Retirement Crescent, Sylvan Avenue, and Halfway Tree Road. JPS apologizes for the inconvenience caused by this outage. Every effort will be made to restore supply as soon as possible. For customer service information, please call 1-888 or JPS. That is 1-888-225-5577.
Business Online is brought to you by GSB Cooperative Credit Union, the credit union of choice for all public sector employees and their families.
GSB Cooperative Credit Union, this is your loans officer. How may I help
I need a loan for my daughter's university fees, but everywhere I call wants security, and I don't have any.
Then GSB's unsecured Educator Supreme is for you.
So what about a car loan?
We're here for you with loans for just about everything. Motor Plus for your new car, GSB Shelter for a home, Pay One to consolidate your debt, easy access and more, all paid through payroll deduction.
Wow, it's that easy.
GSB Cooperative Credit Union.
Transforming your life.
Afternoon. I am Errol Gregory, sitting in for Orville Johnson. Welcome to Business Online. The results of the latest Treasury bill auction shows that interest rates are higher than the previous month. The benchmark 182-day security returned an average yield of 11.81%, up 16 basis points on March's rate, while the 91 days instrument returned an average yield of 11.74%, 19 basis points above last month's rate. The U.S. labor market is reporting a decline in claims for unemployment benefits. That is, the U.S. Labor Department is reporting a decline in claims for unemployment benefits. The number of people filing claims decreased by 20,000 last week. Analysts believe the numbers will continue to hold steady. The central bank was active in the foreign currency market for the second consecutive day, selling U.S. dollars to authorized dealers at $67.90 for resale at $67.95. The local dollar lost 1 cent against the U.S. dollar to close at an average $68 Jamaican for each U.S. dollar in the Cambio market. The stock market registered a positive advance decline ratio today, with 11 stocks advancing, 4 declining, and 9 trading firm. The total volume traded was a paltry 1.8 million units. Grace Kennedy traded the most volume with 57,000 units, followed by Cable and Wireless and the Bank of Cable and Wireless Jamaica. The main winners were the Gleaner, up 7.4% to close at First Caribbean, and that was followed by First Caribbean International Bank, up 22.6% to close at $18. And Grace Kennedy up 1.7% to close at $58. The day's main decliners were Pan Jamaica Investments down 7.9% to close at $40.06. Mayberry Investments down 1.8% to close at $2.70. And Life of Jamaica down 14% to close at $7.05. All three stock market indices made marginal gains, with the JC index advancing by 54 points to close trading at 90,627 points. And today's advice is brought to you by GSB Cooperative Credit Union Limited. A disciplined approach to savings and investment. Start with a positive attitude to managing your wealth. Adopt a disciplined approach to saving and investing your money. Find a saving or investment plan that will allow you to deduct an amount from your salary each month. This is a disciplined way of saving, and you'll never miss it. The money comes out of your paycheck before you receive it in your hand, where there is a greater temptation to spend it all. Keep at least 2 separate accounts where your salary can be directly deposited. One account for your regular cash flow needs and another account for your future investment needs. At GSB Cooperative Credit Union, they can assist you to save and invest wisely. They encourage salary deductions to your account with no hassle to you. For further information, please contact GSB Cooperative Credit Union Limited at 922-1960 and email them at ccenter@gsbcreditunion.com or visit any of their offices at 20 Dominica Drive, New Kingston or 10 East Avenue, downtown. And that's all the time we have for Business Online today. If you need advice, then you can call us at 978-6262 or write to us at Today's Money Limited, 72 Hope Road, Kingston 6, or email us at info@todaysmoneylimited.com. You may email us at www.todaysmoneylimited.com. Join Orville again tomorrow for another edition of Business Online, another fine product from Today's Money Limited. I am Errol Gregory, sitting in for Orville. Have a pleasant afternoon.
Business Online was brought to you by GSB Cooperative Credit Union, the credit union of choice for all public sector employees and their families. You're listening to Perkins Online, the Thinking Person's Talk Show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line, courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, winners of the prestigious Jamaica Milestone Award on 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, thank you very much. We're back here online. You know, something that I should have commented on earlier. That incident at the courts in Spanish Town yesterday. According to what we have heard on a number of media stations, the threatening gestures and sounds were made by policemen against members of the families of Dr. family and of Dr. Jeffrey Ford and persons who came to the court to, support him. And there was cranking up of M16s, according to what we were told. And one of the persons there, who is alleged to have been doing this kind of thing, was a man who was allegedly involved in the beating of Dr. Ford, and against whom, in relation to whom, a number of cases involving similar acts are being investigated. And while these investigations were going on, he was promoted from sergeant to inspector. He is alleged to have beaten Dr. Ford and remains on active duty in the force and walking around with M16 in his car. Well, driving around. It's something very strange. What is going on? What is going on? Is the police force gone entirely beyond control? It's very interesting to hear the Commissioner of Police on this. Hello. And that's for the... Well... Hello?
Hello, Willie.
Hi, how are we?
Not bad.
You good then?
I thought you missed me.
Yes, I most certainly did.
Right?
Oh, you're abroad?
No, I'm right here listening to you.
Oh, you're right here?
Mm-hmm.
Oh?
But I decided...
But you're giving up the, anxiety, what is the word I'm looking for? Your dislike of Mr. Golding.
If I what?
You've given up your dislike of Mr. Golding.
But what I have to tell you, maybe you will try to understand what's going on.
Oh?
Last night I happened to turn to CBM. 3 people called me to turn to it right away.
Yes.
Turn to it. There's a man speaking to Buchanan and Samuda.
Yes.
Who are certainly aged, I must say. And he was told by the person interviewing him that Joan Gordon Webley had a meeting. Mostly all you could see was women. There was flicks coming on from it.
Yes.
She called the Prime Minister a virego.
A virego?
Yeah.
I didn't hear that.
You didn't see the program?
I saw the program.
Well, the man...
Not only did I see the program, but I heard a number of news items concerning something that Mrs. Webley is supposed to have said about the Prime Minister. And there were further discussions about it today.
Well, you have to blame...
And nowhere did I hear it said that she had called the Prime Minister virego.
Well, I heard the man say, Samuda said she could not have done that. And the man went back to the reporter who reported it and came back on the air again and said she did call the Prime Minister virego.
No, I didn't hear that.
Right, and Buchanan was sitting right there.
You must have been fast asleep or dreaming.
I was not fast asleep, and I heard Samuda...
Hold on just a moment.
Lasco Cambio is conveniently located on your way up or on your way down from Halfway Tree. They're open 8 a.m. daily. Visit Lasco Cambio for fast, reliable service. 29 Red Hills Road and now open in Pepin, 8 Gordon Town Road. The time by Lasco Cambio is
2:15.
As part of ongoing efforts to improve service to their customers, the Jamaica Public Service Company, JPS, will need to suspend electricity supply in order to carry out maintenance work on Sunday, April 29, between 9 a.m. and 1 p.m. in the following areas of Manchester: Hearties, Grey Ground, Mount Nelson, sections of Caledonia Road, and Caledonia Meadows. JPS apologizes for the inconvenience caused by this outage. Every effort will be made to restore supply as soon as possible. For customer service information, please call 1-888-CALL-JPS. That's 1-888-225-5577.
Ricky want to set up the house with the best from top to floor. But when him open up in wallet and him looking at the money in, sorry, him never have more. Ricky don't let us stop you from do it. We say the best hardware you can get it. When the price is nice and you get advice, the choice could only be to us.
Stewart's Hardware and Home Center, Maitland, Lionel Town and Old Harbour, where the price is right and the customer is always first.
Stewart's Hardware.
You're listening to Perkins Online, the Thinking Person's Talk Show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line, courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, winners of the prestigious Jamaica Milestone Award on 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, thank you very much. We're back here. Hello?
See, I'm not making a statement. Asking a question if you heard the man say it.
I did not hear him say
I
it.
heard the man say it. And
Okay.
Samuda apologized to Buchanan for that statement made by Joan Webley. And he asked him if he would accept it. And Buchanan said yes, he would accept it.
No, I didn't hear that at
All right.
all.
Well, you didn't hear that program.
No, I heard Mr. Samuda apologizing in relation to her referring to the Prime Minister as a Jezebel.
As a what?
Jezebel.
She said the man
Or at
said,
any rate, using the term Jezebel in association with the discussion about the Prime Minister.
the man was questioned. Did you hear her call her up Virega, Samuda said.
No.
The man went back to the reporter who reported it.
Well, I'm sorry, I didn't hear that.
And he said she did call her that.
No,
And he accepted, Buchanan accepted the apology. Now Samuda is saying...
Anyway, look here now. Don't draw me tongue.
Listen to me, you don't have to be such a big JLP, you know. You don't have to be so apparently a big JLP.
Why do you think I'm a JLP?
Because you're telling me don't draw your tongue. I said I heard it.
Oh, that is only JLP people say that?
Right. He comes on and says the party has never been together like it is now. Here's a man who left the party and fling bust on the ground and broke up his finger. And then talk about being together. Who is Samuda to talk? He's not one to talk about Bruce Golding brought peace to the party. He's been out on the road, a gang of 5, gang of 11, boom, boom, boom. They got rid of the troublemaker, Mr. Siaga. Bruce Golding is not running the party. Party's running him.
Is that so?
What they want for Samuda to go on there and say such a big lie. Right? Well, you questioned CDM about that. I heard it, and two of my other friends heard it. I said, I'm going to ask.
I tell you something, you know. I have the program on tape.
I don't care what you have.
I say I have it on tape.
Well, I don't care what you have. Where the man said.
And I get the impression from you that you were, well, under some illusion, I don't know what.
Maybe you were on the alcohol.
On the what?
Alcohol. To make
No, I wasn't drinking any alcohol last night.
Right, you must have been to not hear when the man questioned a reporter and came back to the show and said, she said that word. And some you would apologize.
No, she did not say that.
You did not see the program.
He did
so
not
don't be telling
say
me
that.
What. You don't watch every single program there is.
No, that is not what I heard.
And I would not have watched it unless two people called me. So I'm asking you the question. I'm not making a statement. Did you hear that? No, you didn't hear that.
No, I didn't hear that.
You heard Jezebel.
Yes.
Well, we never heard